Hello and welcome to this bilateral series, SAA versus India A, happening in the backdrop of Willowmoore Park, or at Willowmoore Park in Benoni. South Africa A going on against India in the second match of a two-match series. First match was drawn and the second match is about to get underway. We did lose one day's play. India A won the toss and have elected to bowl first. We'll go through the team sheets now, but you're listening to this live coverage on CSA's YouTube channel, so please do like and subscribe and follow there. My name is Mpumuklani, and I've got Gert with me. How you doing?
Blessed. My first ever broadcast was with you, and again we are together, so blessed. Thank you very much. Finally some cricket underway. It is still a very gloomy morning, and yes, we might only get about an hour and a bit of play before lunch, but the players are eager. They're already out on the pitch. They want to face that first ball. It's going to be a very interesting morning because India won the toss and elected to bowl.
Yes, if you look out, normally in the high fault you look up, you don't look down, and it looks really, really good for bowling. Joshua Richards, the number 12, is ready to face the first ball. He is opening with the captain of this SAA side, which is Matthew Bretzka. Both of them high in the averages in first class cricket. Matthew Bretzka last year was the number one run scorer, averaging 60, scoring 727 runs, while Joshua Richards in his career averages 44, opening up at the Highveld for the Lions. It will be number 41, Akashdeep, who will be bowling from, and here we go through. First ball and played back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the bowlers just to get the run-ups right, and there is a bit of a breeze, a very chilly breeze blowing, so we might expect an over or two for them just to get fully warmed up, get those legs pumping. And as you mentioned, Josh Richards has had a fantastic start, and also Bretzka making his debut for the Proteas in the one-day game.
Yes, he has. A lot of people have been waiting for him. Straight down the ground. Great shot from Josh Richards. A bit of a gift there with a full shot, but starting conservatively with a lovely punch down the ground.
And 2 runs. You can just see a little bit of hesitation. I don't think these two would have batted together for for a lot. So a little bit of hesitation there by Richardson. Just waiting for Bretzka maybe to call him back. Just a lovely punch down the ground, and still one of the sexiest shots in cricket.
Is that your favorite shot? The straight.
Look, you've got to be technically correct. Everything's got to be in place, and it's only finesse. There's no power involved.
It also kind of tells you that Josh Richards has his alignment right if he's able to play that for the second ball. 2 slips and a gully. That's the first sign of movement. First sign of movement. Really good ball there from Akashdeep Singh. He's got 2 slips, a gully, a point, a conventional point as well. And you've got a extra cover, fine leg, and mid wicket, as well as a mid on. So he's being asked to bowl a lot straighter on that off stump line, Gert.
Yes, and there's also a bit of carry there with the ball. There's a little bit of extra pop there. He might just have bended his back a bit, as we see with all the work that's been done on the outfield and all the work's been done on the pitch. Just one of the little scrapers just left behind there by the ground staff, but they did do a fantastic job yesterday. No play, and today is also very overcast, and we're just grateful for the ground staff and everyone involved getting this game underway.
Yes, we're back again at the Guruleni end. Akashdeep Singh getting that shape away from Joshua Richards. That's what he's hoping to do, pitch it in on that channel, that fourth stump, off stump channel, and have the ball move away. This one is a little wide and going to the keeper for no run.
It's difficult if you get a little bit of movement normally, and then all of a sudden you have these conditions and it's a lot of movement. Your first over, you just need to adjust that line a little bit just to see how much movement you get. because you might get carried away and go too far down leg stump, and that wrist just breaks, and then it doesn't move, and then your captain will give you the stink eye.
Akashdeep. Good ball there, defended back to the bowler. It's a really interesting series for India. Obviously, the senior team is in Pretoria. It's Centurion playing in their test match. They've been bowled out for 245. If you have not been following that, South Africa is going to start their batting innings in a few moments' time. And India always come with a big party. They always bring everybody here. It's kind of like their off-season training. Ranji Trophy is about to start. It's really nice to get the best guys an opportunity of playing in these conditions.
And also, if you see the troop that they brought along, it is not just bubbling unders, it's those that's trying to break into that Indian team.
Yeah.
Washington Sundar in this team, which is a fantastic player. He's just trying to get into that test setup, which has been very difficult for a lot of these Indian players because of the amount of talent they have in their team.
And you find now that India are in a situation where they are also looking to transition from that old group, Rahanes. Now obviously they've got the youngsters coming in, but the Kohlis, the Rohit Sharmas, and this is where they're going to select their next best group of guys. Washington Sundar is quite interesting, right? Because he's quite similar to Ravi Ashwin, coming from the same part of India as well, and he's probably the next guy into the side. But you also have Akshar Patel, who's played a few tests for India as well, and he's looking for he's actually taken 50 wickets. That's how impressive that is. And it kind of gives you a sense that a lot of people think SAA India A should be youngsters. As we see the squad, the teams, you've got Matthew Bretzker, Joshua Richards, Zubair Hamza, Ryan Rickleton, Kai Zondos, Natemba Klashile, Bear Swanepoel, Bjorn Fortuin, Johan van Dijk, who's playing for the Northern Cape Eaton Division 2, Tsepo Moreki from the Lions, and Duan Olivier from the Lions. This is possibly what you would call a 11 of the domestic 4-day series. The domestic 4-day series 11, the best guys currently in the system who aren't at Proteas level. Lots of guys with runs and everything else. 3 slips, Navdeep Saini going to bowl to Matthew Bretzker with 3 slips and a gully.
And just continuing on your point, there's so many guys. We saw Sudarshan scoring his 100 in the limited overs game as well, and it's surprising that they decided, listen, we're still going to go with the old trusted. So he is someone that's definitely they're looking at. He's well composed, he's well put together. We saw in the SAA game in Potchefstroom as well that he's a very good, solid bat. So that is a couple of young players coming through, and India's got a great structure where they've got these almost 2 teams you can pick from.
And that's what you want as a South African side, and that's why this game is quite important. Bit of in-swing there from Saini. He got one that held its line, the next one coming inside. Could it be testing Matthew Bretzker, who is one of the guys you would consider unlucky not to be in that Proteas side right now at Centurion. Joshua Richards has been considered as one of the next best openers, but there are a whole lot of openers, as you can see, in South African cricket right now. Zubair Hamza is averaging 80. For the India A, you've got Sai Sudarshan, Abhimanyu Iswaran, who was here the last time India came out, Rajat Patidar, who played in the ODI series. Quick single taken and well run between the two. You'd think there's a little bit of communication issues because one plays for the Warriors, the other one plays for the Lions, but yes is still a yes. Let's get back into the Indian squad. We've got Safraz Khan as well in that middle order, coming in at number 4. Tilak Varma, Dhruv Jurel, who is the wicketkeeper, Akshar Patel, the vice captain, Washington Sundar, Akashdeep, apologies, Navdeep Saini, and Avesh Khan. Avesh Khan took that forfeit in the pink day at the Wanderers, if you are South African and listening to us now. On the money there, Navdeep Saini. You remember him. He played in Australia in that famous series win for India.
Yes, he made his debut there as well, if I'm not mistaken, in that Australian series. And had an impact. He picked up a couple of wickets, but the biggest thing, he's very consistent. He bowls a liner length and makes them play at him. He conducts where he wants the batter to go. He's very, very consistent. And he's got a little bit of zip on him as well. So you saw that one ball that just popped up.
Good ball. That's another ball that popped up, as Khad just mentioned. You just, speak it into the into the ether and it happens. That's a really good ball. They're squaring up Joshua Richards, who gets his first taste of Navdeep Saini.
Yeah, he's a very lanky bowler and he's got a very high action, so he does extract a little bit of extra bounce. So if there's a bit of inconsistent bounce in the deck, he's the one guy that will definitely exploit it the best.
It's a really good test for this SAA side, playing against a lot of Indian players who have had test experience, who have been in that cauldron. Quick single taken. Now they're going to take the shot at the stumps. They will. And Joshua Richards makes it home.
He's very quick between the wickets, is Richardson. So if he's off immediately, you almost got to feel that he will make it. A direct hit's the only one that would kind of get him in trouble. And Breedska is no slouch either. It's two young gentlemen there in the deck that loves running. They're very quick between the wickets. And if you look at their one-day career, their strike rates will show it. And it's not just the big hitting and the boundaries. They love running between the wickets.
Akashdeep in as well. Another find in the Indian pace bowling factory that's just producing pace bowlers really, really well. India really worked on the development of their pace bowlers, and they're now able to come to South Africa with 10 pace bowlers that can compete across every format, in every way. Many people have thought Arshdeep Singh should have been here, or even should have been at Centurion, but he's not here.
It's one of those fast bowlers. Then they also saw in the previous SAA game, they also got Kavarappa, who's also very tall. It's almost their version of a Marco Jansen. Very tall gentleman, very good bowler. He's got a lot of pace as well. So yeah, it's funny. 10 years ago, you wouldn't have had this conversation about pace bowlers. I mean, 2 or 3, yes, but not 10 on a tour.
It's incredible to see. And if you think about the pace bowlers that are not here, or not even playing in both the games between these two nations, it's incredible.
If you look at the injury to the
That's
great Mohammed Shami, I mean, he is probably one of the best bowlers in the world, if not the best bowler. I've got oodles of respect for the man.
The man's wrist position is unbelievable, and his seam placement is second to none. But India have a lot, and it's going to be quite an interesting decade for them. They are looking to win as many ICC trophies as they can. They have come with many personnel, close to about 45 players across this entire tour, playing all these games. On the money again so far has Akashdeep 3 dot balls already in this over.
You just see that Richardson and Breedska is just following the ball right onto the bat because they know there's going to be lateral movement. They know it's going to be a little bit extra because of the conditions and the moisture that's around.
But so here's my question, to Iswaran, is you've gotten the 3 slips, right? And you've seen that Josh is not enticed at all by a ball that's outside the off stump. Would you not necessarily bring somebody into the leg side just to make Akashdeep ball straighter?
I think they want to leave that gap maybe on the leg side, have him bowl straighter, have him go a little bit across that swing and then entice that inside edge, while you'll see that the gully is also almost on a fifth. He's not completely on a gully, he's almost on a fifth. And I think that backward point will also be a bit more backward than normal, just to entice him, maybe try and punch me through mid-wicket, try and get me off the legs, and then the ball swinging away from the right hander will just get that outside edge.
At one, getting a little bit of extra bounce there. Is that's probably going to be a feature of this match for the last 3 days of this match. A little bit of extra bounce, not necessarily inconsistent. If you put it on the right length, it will pop up, and to a certain extent, that's what you also want to get. You can get here on the high fault is if you hit the deck hard, the ball will come through. You may be bowling at about 130, but if you can break your back and find that hard length, the ball will do much for you.
There's the one I was talking about. He just wants that one to swing away from the right-hander just to get that edge. But another great over there. Mpo is these Indian bowlers are so consistent.
Yes, end of the over, and you can see you would have wished this was more, where the series had more games, and we can only sit with 2 at this point in time, which is good as well. As you look at Washington Sundar looking at his fingers, he's changed his bowling action a lot. It's 4 without loss after 3. The umpires for today: Brad White, he's standing on the north side. Thomas Mokorosi, he's on the south side. Thomas Mokorosi is the umpire umpiring right now. You also got Jay Erasmus and Barry Lamson as the match's referee. First ball on the money again. Really good to see a great start. They're not giving much, are these 2 Indian opening bowlers, and that ball there on that off-stump channel was an example.
You don't really have to search for much if the conditions favour you as a bowler. The batters get everything in the modern day, so the bowlers don't get a lot. So we hope for a bit of weather conditions and that sort of thing. So
it's a batsman's game, Khat.
I know. Bowling is boring. And that's where they got to be. It's just attack the stumps and let the ball move there. The length is the one thing they just need to be careful of. They don't want to go too full, get them to the pitch of the ball. They just want the batter to hit it on the rise, and from there you can basically attack that middle and off stump line and just let the ball move from there.
Akshar Patel, the fielder there, with some very lovely shades.
He's always been fashionable, hasn't he?
Yes, I'm a fan of the new Indian warm-up jumpers. I forget what the official color is. They are very bright orange, and they are so great. Akshar Patel at point. Matthew Bretzka to face. Really good ball there from Saini. Get a hint of in-swing as we get a sense. You can see that that's his stock delivery, the in-swing, all right? But he's obviously going to want to then let the batter know that he can throw one a little bit wider and maybe get Matthew Bretzka to play at that one. So it'll be interesting to see, with a few more balls left in this over, if he actually does that, throw that on that 6-stump line, and see if Matthew's going to try and play that through the cover.
Yeah, it's always important just to see if you can get the batter outside of his bubble, just driving away from his body.
He lets that one go through. It was the one that was enticing.
Yeah, you can actually see Bretzka just practicing a shot there. Just letting the bowler also know, listen, I have the shot.
And I've got the discipline as well.
Yeah. Yes. Pitch it up one more foot. One more foot's all I ask.
So that was a length issue, not necessarily a line issue.
But these 2 players are very disciplined. They're used to scoring runs, batting for long periods of time. I don't think they'll feel rushed at all.
There we go. He pushed it outside the off stump. A little bit fuller this time, as I had to ask for. And the ball is racing away to the boundary. But Captain Iswaran brings it back in with some great fielding. And the South Africans come away with 3. The outfield will be slow. We've had a lot of rain here on the Highveld in this region in South Africa. If you've watched the test match, it's been raining there. It's been raining here too, which is about 40 kilometers south of Centurion. So we've gotten the same weather pattern. If you're wondering, in Christmas time in South Africa, in the Highveld region, it rains quite a lot. So we are used to it. It's just frustrating if you're a cricket fan. 7 without loss. Matthew Britzker's on 4 now after that. Those 3 runs. That's full, and that had to be put away. Really great shot from Britzker. He met it at the point of its bounce, which he turned it into a bit of a half volley there, and will race away to the boundary for 4.
That is the first 4 of the innings, and he's not trying to overhit it. He just leant into it, and after the previous one as well, just leant into it. And this one going a little bit fuller even. The quick paceman, you could see the way he walked back to his mark. He was frustrated with the ball. That's not what he planned to do. He went a little bit too full, and that ball just hit hard into the deck, and no chance for the fielder.
Went full for the first one for 3 runs, then he went fuller outside that off stump, hoping that might get a bit of an edge there. But Britzker's timing has been impeccable.
11 without loss, and all of a sudden that just changed the complexion where they were bowling at 1s and 2s. That 7 in the over has just helped us a little bit with it was Richardson, I beg your pardon, that lent, and that was the 3 from Britzker that brought him on to strike, so apologies on that. It's been fantastic timing thus far.
Akash deep with 3 slips. That one's a lot wider on that crease, a little bit skiddier in its delivery. Same field as Joshua Richards, the 3 slips, the gully with a point fielder, extra cover, straightish mid-on, mid-wicket, who is more square leg-ish actually, but it is mid-wicket. And then you've got fine leg. So looking for those wickets, looking for those edges. That's what India are looking for right now.
Oh.
And it's come in and it's hit him on the wrist. Britzker had to let go of the bat there, hoping for no injury. If you're a Warriors supporter right now, you're hoping it's okay. It actually didn't hit him on the wrist, Kat.
No, he's actually throwing away the gloves there.
Oh,
it looked nasty. That just looked like it hurt. You can see the physios, everyone just running in immediately.
And that's the danger about a pitch that has been undercover for a very long time. You just don't know what demons it may possess in terms of bounce. And that's the first sign of it. We've seen balls pop up already, and now this one sits down and gets him just in that ab area, that belly button area. Really sore. There's no protection for that area. With all the protection we have in cricket, nobody's figured out how to put a
belly plate.
a belly plate. But I'm sure it would make it very hard for running. We've got everything, right? Chest guards, you've got arm guards, you've got thigh guards. Yeah. Push back to the bowler, really good bowling from the Indian opening bowlers, only conceding 11 with 3 balls left until the 5th over is complete. It's a really good thing as a captain to know that your opening bowlers are on the money. There's no need for extra adjustments. Yeah, you don't even need to move the field as much. Runs are not flowing. You're not giving them anything. And all you need to do is just, it's a game of, who's going to blink first.
Oh no.
Another ball that squares him up, this time above the thigh pad there. Down the legs, it's hit him on the thigh pad. And nothing much from it, but you got to love the start of this test match, right? Batters are seemingly disciplined, not necessarily attacking and being aggressive. The bowlers are hitting their mark. Obviously, those 2 balls at the end of the last over were, counter to what's been happening so far. But you can see it's a situation of who's going to give the next freebie, and it's actually quite enticing and exciting.
Another one just pops up on that length.
So we've seen one hit him in the midriff, then the next one hits him high up on the elbow this time. So it's something we need to watch out for, especially with all with this pitch being undercover for a very long time.
Yeah, and the bounce is, it's now come to a point where the consistency is not the up and down, it's how far it's going to come up.
Yes.
And that makes it very hard for a batter. But also, this is why these series are so important, because you actually can see the grit in the batters. You can see what they're made of. We've seen with Dinalgo how many times he's been hit.
Oh no! Again, this time went a little bit low, little tinge of ball going away. Everyone's going to be looking at this pitch. I think India are happy they're not batting outside out here right now. But look, Bretzke and Joshua Richards are used to this as openers. You do get a fair share of these types of pitches across the country, and it's good. That's the end of that over. 11 without loss. Really intriguing contest here with the next best between these two sides. The next group of Indian test match players, the next group of South African test match players, a lot of the South African test match players playing today will be in New Zealand playing in a 2 test match series, looking to help South Africa in their quest of getting to that World Test Championship final in 2025. Their main Protea side is currently in their first match in this World Test Championship cycle in Pretoria, doing quite well, relatively well, with what's happened already. Saini coming from the pavilion end.
Richardson just leaning into that one, and he is almost looking more aggressive than Bretzke is.
But that's always been his natural demeanor, right? He's always been that aggressive batter. He's always had to fight hard for his runs, but once he's figured out what the pitch is, and it looks like from this pavilion end, you get a little bit more consistency and bounce. And he's gonna climb into anything full. That I can guarantee, as you saw with that 4 in the last over.
You can actually just see on your screens that there's 2 colors to the pitch.
2 slips this time to Josh. And Saini bowls it quite straight into the Lions batter, who hasn't had the best of seasons this year. 211 runs in the 4-day series, averaging 23, only scoring 150. This is a man who averages 44 opening the batting, which in South Africa is really impressive. Just haven't had the start. The Lions haven't played quite well so far, and he did quite well over the weekend when him really did try and get that Lions team over the line with the newbie Mohamed Manak, who actually played really well on in that 4-day series. Next one down the leg side, they're going to come back for 2, and easy 2 nonetheless. Akash Deep, the fielder in the deep.
Great shot, just working it down the legs, and this time with his natural movement being in, he must be careful not to be too straight on that middle stump, because he will get that one that to just hit down that leg side. And with these 2s running between the wickets and a big field on the leg side, it is a mammoth field here at Willowmoore Park. 2s are always on the cards.
And there we go. That's not going to be 2. That's going to be 4. Well timed by Joshua Richards. Really well played. A lot of people wondering where he was in that West Indies A series. Everyone thought he's been overlooked for the New Zealand tour. Everyone's asking questions. Where is he? How can you not include him? Here he is, starting really well. He's on 13 off 20. He's got a 2 and a 4. He's looking like he's about to cash in a little bit more. Saini really struggling to find that right length. The line, I don't have a problem with that. It's just he's not getting that. He's not dragging it back enough.
think he might be about a half a foot on the stumps too much of the line. That's more where you want to be, because that's where the ball can swing in and go between bat and pad. And if he's going to bowl it there, it's perfect. Then that length issue comes into play that you mentioned, just half a meter back. Just let him hit it on the rise, because then it's all about the technique.
Yes.
And every single shot you play then has got to be perfectly right. Otherwise, the slips come into play, a caught and bowled come in, LBW comes in. Just gives you a chance for each and every possible scenario for a wicket. And with the mid on and mid off, as you can see, mid off is almost like a cover.
Oh, he's edged it and he's been given out. He's not happy about that, is Joshua Richards. But really good ball from Navdeep Saini, managing to get it through. And it was about finding that right length. He had the right line. And here's that little bit in between length where you don't know to come forward or just sit back. Richards chose to sit back and he edged it to the keeper. Well, we're seeing the 4 there. A replay of the 4. We'll get the replay of the wicket. South Africa A 17 for 1 as Joshua Richards goes back. It's Navdeep Saini, the test man, one of the few men with test caps, with the opening breakthrough.
Yes, that one, he just sat on it a little bit, just leaned back into the shot as the ball came into him, and that length was perfect, because that was what made it so hard, because he almost tried to backward cut, drive it away from him, and it just cramped him for room. Great ball.
Yes, and it's a question of how, it's a timing question, right? You have like half a second to make a decision, and he necessarily couldn't get his bat through. Next batter, Zubair Hamza, man of the moment for the Lions. He's been saving them this season. He's moved from Western Province up north. Zubair Hamza this year has scored 427 runs at an average of 85, 200s and 250s. If there ever was a big fish that the Indians were looking to see the back of very quickly, it would be this man. He recently scored a century in the game against the Tuskers at the Wanderers. He had a slow start in the One Day Cup, but he's now pushed on really nicely in his newfound home on the Highveld, and he's got another Highveld deck to bat on today.
Yes, and also scored at 100 in the previous SAA match that they played against the West Indies as well. So here is someone that now we saw with Bavuma's leg injury, that hamstring not quite there. Is he someone that might get a call up?
It's very possible. I thought that Coach Shukri yesterday played all his batters. It was a really interesting 7-4 split from a South African perspective, but they did get the 10 wickets, so there is then no need. But then you still have the insurance policy that you've got 6 batters who can help you try and get to the score. And the score is 245, so I don't think it's going to be too much. But Akashdeep from the Kuruleni end, he gets one down the leg side. It's an easy single. It's a vast outfield. Having 3 fielders on the leg side is going to be quite an interesting prospect to defend if you're going to go a ball down there. He's got 3 slips, a gully, point, backward point, extra cover, who's very wide, mid on, and then you've got a short leg under the helmet. That is something they're probably prepared for with Zubair Hamza. You got to give him the sense that you're going to get a short ball. So let's see when it's going to come through.
And it's just that extra bounce that's a problem as well. As you see a stifled appeal there, and it's again, it's the height that's the issue, not the line. And that's exactly what they're hoping for. Is with Hamza in the beginning of his innings, kind of wants it deflected off the body. They might feel that extra bounce, that man in the helmet might just come into play.
Yeah.
And as you can see, very attacking. They got 3 slips, they got the gully, they got the backward point, and again, only the solitary man in the covers. No mid-off to speak of.
And that's the ball that goes down the leg side. A no ball called by umpire Brad White.
That is the first extra that we've seen today. I think he might just be searching for that little bit of extra pace, bending his back, getting it into the deck a little bit harder, just trying to extract that extra bounce that might be there.
Yeah, I was looking for the hero ball, the one that pitches on middle and takes off stump. It just obviously, it pitched on middle and kept on going down leg. And there's it again down the leg side. There is a fielder at fine leg, but the ball will race away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, with that fielder almost on a long leg position between mid-wicket and fine leg, he had no chance. This one played beautifully around the corner, and Saini, the openings bowler, had no chance.
This one actually pitched on middle, and Zubair was able to flick it down to that leg side very fine, I might add. So Saini's there for the healthier nick, the healthier age, not necessarily a faint one, like that last 4. 23 for 1. It's a little easy now for Zubair Hamza. They're looking for a second, but the man under the helmet looks like it's Akshar Patel.
He's actually done duty for the Indian side under the helmet a lot as well.
Yes.
And in white ball cricket. So I know in the couple of tests that he played as well, you normally reserve that to the newbie.
It actually isn't. Akshar's actually fielding a point. We'll find out who the man is under the helmet.
Just wanted to say that normally is for the newbies in the team. It's not necessarily for your set players. And as we saw with Hamza, he's in such a fantastic vein of form that any opportunity he has to score runs, he will take it. He is in such a great nick. As you mentioned, a comfortable average of 80 for the season.
Very comfortable. Player number, I think he's capped number 101 in South African cricket. Zubair Hamza, but Matthew Bretzker, who's hoping to get his Proteas cap sometime soon. That's a full ball outside the off stump, let go by Matthew Bretzker. That ends the over. That's the 8th over. Akashdeep with no wickets at this point in time. His partner on the other end, Navdeep Saini, with the solitary wicket for India A.
And with the conditions, the overhead conditions, the question's got to be asked, when do you think we will actually see the spin come in? I mean, they got 2 world-class spinners in Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel. So when will they say, listen, there's still a lot, but we want to get the spinners going?
Well, I'd probably give them an over probably before lunch with the new, obviously we've got new session timing here. We're going to go until 12:30, which is in the next 40 minutes. So around about the next 10-15 minutes, you might want to throw the ball to Washington Sundar or maybe Akshar Patel to see what they can do with a harder ball and that extra bounce. Saini with 2 slips to Hamza. Oh, back foot punch through the gap between gully and point. They will chase it down. Akshar Patel doing really well there and preventing 2 runs as the South Africans have run for 2.
Yes, it's a great chase down there because we mentioned the vastness of the field, but this makes Willowmoore Park so difficult to defend as well. Because it is such a big field, the singles is almost inevitable, and you almost want to cut off the 2s because it is such a big field. So you've got to put a pretty decent score on, and to score quickly on this ground is also easier than on the smaller fields because of those ones that can be turned into 2s.
On the money again, this time Saini was a little wide of the first ball. This time he decides to not give Zubair Hamza any room. But it looks as though the margin for error with Zubair Hamza has become very small.
I think if you're on 80 average, that I think that margin almost becomes like a bullseye You need it there or there, and that's it.
There's just some batters where you just know some balls are going for runs, and where you know the majority of the balls in your over will go for runs, but there'll be that one that might just get you that wicket.
When you
That's
bowl-
very wide.
When you're bowling against a batter with such an average, with such a great season, you're almost hoping for overconfidence. Go play outside your comfort zone. Go play so comfortably that you almost don't think I'm going to take your wicket. So that is another way to go as well. But then you can't bowl it as wide as you mentioned there. That is very, very wide. Then you've got to be attacking the whole time. Be willing to go for that 1 or 2 runs. And then keep attacking and give yourself the opportunity for the wicket.
Full and straight and driven straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Now that is the club mark of a batsman on form. His timing is so perfect that his straight drive is so straight.
Actually hit the middle stump if I'm not mistaken. And Breedske almost did a hamstring there. Great stretch from him to get that foot back. But I think the ball was past the bowler before he even got his hand down.
Oh, Zubair. He's had a really tough couple of years. And he's coming out of it stronger. And that's what you want to see. That's what South African cricket wants to see. You know, he did fail a drugs test earlier, I think just after COVID as we were coming back. He's been out of the game for a year, came back to Western Province, didn't get a lot of game time last year, and now he's back and he's moved up to the north, to the Lions. A change of scenery under the tutelage of Russell Domingo, Hashim Amla as the batting consultant and batting coach. And you can see the difference. The only problem, as I always say, the Lions in Johannesburg always start very slowly, and that one-day cup that they played and they came, I think, 5th in, was a testament to that. Took Zubair a while to adjust, but now he's adjusted really well, and he's reaping the fruits of a really productive month of scoring runs. And he also shows that he's got a really good technique defensively. And that's the end of that Saini over. It's 26 for 1. Hamza's on 7. Breedske is on 5.
Yeah, and if you go back to before that incident, his technique was always good, but it was a little bit suspect. And he's worked so hard after coming back on that technique just to make sure that there's no gaps between bat and pad. He's really lined up everything perfect.
And it came straight after that England series where he got his cap straight after out of COVID, and then you saw, and that's the beauty about Test cricket, and that's why more games like this are needed, where Test match ready players are playing against each other, so you can figure out your game here instead of figuring it out in the toughest cauldron of Test cricket, you know. And a lot of the players here who've had Test caps are now coming back with new techniques. Akashdeep with that short leg to Breedske. This one bouncing down into the ground and into the hands of the short leg, who I can probably say looks more like Washington Sundar under the helmet, but we shall confirm. Yes, and so you want to be fixing your technique and get, and that's what Zubair's done for the last 18 to 20 months, is work on that technique, and it's now reaping benefits at the right time.
Yes, and not just that. You mentioned Test ready. These are all also the players who want to get into that Test arena. So you will be facing the best of the up-and-comers that possibly is there. You already we mentioned Aksar, we mentioned Washington Sundar that's played Tests before, but they all have a point to prove. So you'll be facing their very best because they want to show what they are made of as well. So it's that you mentioned in the beginning, that fight that we have, that enticingness of this 4-day series that will bring the best out of each and every player.
Nice little back foot punch. It looks as though Matthew Bretzker's struggling for some timing there. So far in this innings, hasn't been able to get the ball off the middle of the bat, struggling with the pace off the pitch and a little bit of the bounce. But the great thing about cricket is that as long as you're out there, your fortunes can change.
You can only score runs on the pitch, not
Yeah.
from the side. I've tried it, doesn't work.
That's why we're here. We're not scoring any runs today. First sight of a short ball, and it will go straight to Dhruv Jural, the wicketkeeper for this India A side. Really interesting conversation around the wicketkeepers in India A and in India, the senior team right now, that's the Centurion. There was a question around whether do you go with KL Rahul, who hasn't kept wicket, I think, once in first class cricket, or do you go with Shrikar Bharat, who was the better gloveman choice. So one goes out wide to Jural. And so India in Centurion, the men's senior side, decided to go with KL Rahul as their wicket-keeper and not go with Bharat. And so that's why Bharat, who was captain of the last India A game, SAA India A game last week, isn't here today. He is doing duty as a 12th man in Centurion. What I love about Akashdeep is that he can put a clump of balls on the number, and he can do a job for you. Hasn't been expensive from that end. Hasn't been able to take wickets, but his partner Navdeep Saini has done well and taken a wicket from this pavilion end. We're gonna have a commentary change. Khat will make way for a little bit, and we've got Wayne with us.
Morning, everybody. Oh, more like afternoon now.
It is afternoon, a little bit of a late lunch being taken here. We got 24 minutes until lunch.
Yes, 24 minutes of the very best cricket here at Willowmoore Park. Day one.
And the sun's
And
coming out, which
Oh.
is great.
Bring the good fortunes here in the compound.
Yes. Saini with 2 slips, very wide set slips, but now they're coming back in. Gully point, cover, extra cover, and 3 on the leg side to Zubair Hamza. Trying to break through with that in-swinging ball. And then that's a stock ball. So he's bowled really well so far. I think 2 balls that weren't great. Outside of that, he managed to even get a wicket of Joshua Richards.
Yeah, and Navdeep Saini is stock bowler, as you call him. He's one of those guys who you'll pay good money to see him hit the same spot over and over again. And it's one of those unlucky guys not to be in that India team.
Unlucky because there's a Jasprit Brummer and a Mohammad Siraj.
Unfortunately for him. But it's definitely knocking on that India selection door, and matches like this.
31 years of age. Navdeep Saini. It's never over until it's over.
Never over until it's over. That one is a bit too straight, but it's protection for that in the mid-wicket region.
Yes.
$26 for 1, 9 overs. It's been a okay start for both these sides. India will be happy with picking up a wicket. Probably would have expected to see a little bit more movement off the surface after the rain we've had here.
Look, if they watched what happened in Centurion, they would have thought, oh no, today it's going to do exactly the same. Just movement, extra movement off the deck in through the air. What a shot. Zubair Hamza with it's not even a ramp. He bludgeoned it into the surface and it bobbled up over second slip for a really good 4 there.
Yeah.
He can't do no wrong.
That's a shot of a man in form right there. It's, just redirecting the ball into the ground over the slip fielders. That is amazing from Zubair Hamza.
Man who is timing so perfectly right now. And you just feel like you don't want to waste it. But the great thing, he's out there, right? So you're sitting there going, I know there'll be a day where my timing's not there. And it's a contrast with the man on the other end who's really struggling for timing right now. Oh, wow. Okay, Zubair Hamza, we see you. Was great for as the Indian bowler shepherded the ball to the boundary. Back foot punch, probably the best shot you'll see today.
Yeah, shot of the day, back of the length. That's where the bowler would like to put it 9 times out of 10, but hands from Zubair Hamza, absolutely marvelous. Back foot punch all the way to the ground through the point region. It's another 4.
Teasing the fielders. That ball was teasing the fielders. This outfield's not that slow.
No, it's not that slow. Took a little bit of rain yesterday, a lot overnight, but seemingly the
It's just
grass
a
stuff
large
is gonna
field. It's just a very large
Right, it's a massive field. Yeah, it looks like an 80-odd meters shot to the boundary that he hit there.
Yeah, you don't want to play T20 here.
No, not at all. Well, we saw 16 T20s earlier on here. With Africa T20, I think just the one score over 150 in that competition.
It's a lovely competition for the growth of the game on the continent. Saini, again, how do you respond to a beautiful shot is put it in a place where you know he's not going to hit it, and that channel outside that off stump, he will not go for it. So a dot ball there. Yeah, that Africa T20 was a great tournament. It's really good to see the growth of the game on the continent, especially with Uganda qualifying for the World Cup, the T20 World Cup that's happening later this year. And yeah, I remember doing coverage on that at home for the women's one during COVID. It was really great. It was my first sight of African cricket, and I'm a massive fan of it.
Yeah, very big, or starting to get big, the game of cricket here in Africa. ACA's head officers are here at Willowmoore Park, hence Willowmoore Park hosted that competition, and yeah, very great adversity.
And we're going to be hosting the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup.
Yes, indeed, the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, 19 January to 10 February, just around the corner. South Africa looking to finally get a World Cup win and home. Last time out wasn't too great.
Look, and they've got a really good squad, a really deep squad, and we've got a change in. No, we do not. Let's see. Or just helmets being thrown around. Sai Sudarshan having to send the helmet back, but we do have a change in bowling at the top. It will be Avesh Khan.
Yeah, finally looking to change the bowling. Just
If
the one
you-
wicket so far.
Yeah, Avesh Khan, the Pink Day superhero, took a forfeit. And his first ball's not on the money, but Matthew Bretzker would love for him to bowl at him again because somehow he's found timing and he's found the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's a hit me ball, nothing more to add there. Just short and wide, allowing the batter to free his arms. And that one has raced into the fence for 4, moves the score to 38.
Bretzker moves now to 9. He's really struggled with his timing, but this one, just short, wide, thank you very much.
Yeah, you need those sort of balls, especially when you are struggling to get it out the middle of your bat. Just a couple come out the middle is all you need for you to change how you're going about.
Avesh Khan and Ashdeep Singh had one of the most incredible spells at the Wanderers. He probably enjoys bowling on the high field, so he's going to be so happy he's got the ball now.
Oh,
Same
and
shot,
again.
same answer. Well done. No need to run for it. 4 runs.
This time a little bit better the shot. He just had to move on to the back foot this time, just hands through the ball. And that is more runs for Matthew Bretzker. Maybe the timing has come to him now.
And we're very happy for that because Matthew Bretzker is one of the most entertaining batters we have in South Africa. Now, finally, he is coming to the party. Captain of this SAA side, 42 for 1.
Speaking of 42, highest score for him this season so far. In first class cricket, he'll
Quick
look to do
single
better.
being taken. And will looking for extra runs? No, they will not. It's Washington Sundar, the fielder, on the other end. And just a single being taken. Zubair Hamza happy to come to the striker's end.
Yeah, good work there by Manav Sudar. Getting to his left quickly, one-handed throw, gets it in. And, gets it into the keeper. Just a single though. It's a chance for him to get to the other end. Watch the ball a bit for Matty Breska. This man here, he is seeing basketballs right now.
Oh, a loose shot coming out of Zubair Hamza. Maybe we may have given him a little bit of a jinx. But that is very uncharacteristic of the Zubair Hamza of November and December.
Yeah, he's been in great form. Thought there was just a little bit there for him to maybe go after it, but maybe just a bit too short. Just a bit of extra bounce though.
I'd have wanted him to lift it over the slips. Because
probably.
there's no man, the man in the deep is square. So you'd want to just ramp it up, but
On the back foot this time, solid hands back to the bowler. Yeah, there is a deep point for exactly that shot, so maybe that is what Avesh is going for with that particular delivery.
look, I think he's now trying to get his radar back in. It is his first over, and it's been quite an eventful one. 2 4 balls, a single, and now you can see that he's now getting back that radar. And getting himself in that rhythm, because this game is a rhythm game, batting and bowling.
Yes, 100%, and for somebody like Zubi Hamza, he's already in rhythm.
Another one down the leg side.
Just seemed to tell back after it hit the wicket, but good take by Drew Durrell. It's 11 gone, it's 43 for 1.
India looking to find a way to get more wickets, get into this game. Yes, it is a shortened game. We did lose a day of play yesterday, but the aim is to get as many wickets as possible and break this partnership, because with Matthew Bretzker looking to come into the runs and looking as though he's finding the timing, it's going to cause Iswaran something to think about, something to try figure out a way to get wickets. And here we go. Khat was talking and asking when the spin bowling is going to come. We got Akshar Patel coming in with about 14 minutes to go until lunch. Hard ball, little bit of extra bounce. Those are the things we're going to be looking out for. Also looking out obviously to see if there's a little bit of turn. But right now I think Akshar is going to be looking to see if the bounce might be the weapon for him right now with that hard ball, and maybe even try get one through. You see that he's already got a man under the helmet. That is Sai Sudarshan under the helmet. You've got Safraz Khan at a first slip. You've got Gully point, that's slightly deepish. Extra cover, mid-on. And the first ball is an arm ball. Just plays it off the back foot, does Matthew Bretzker. On the leg side, you've got mid-on, who is deepish. Mid-wicket, who is conventional. And you've also got short leg, as well as the field on the fine leg boundary.
Shot. That was 2 full. Just a bit of width there, and hands going through the ball by Matthew Bretzker. They'll turn back and come back to 2.
Very risky there. Shot from Matthew Bretzker. He reached for that one. He played that on the assumption that there was no spin, and he was correct. I'm just not sure about that fine leg fielder.
So clearly, looking for that extra bounce. So anybody going for that sweep shot, the top edge might be susceptible to getting caught down there.
Wouldn't it be better for you to bring them in and entice that shot?
Yeah.
And if there's a top edge, they'd be caught on the edge of the circle. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the interesting call from the skipper, Abhimanyu, and Akshar Patel as well, to see what the game plan is. But I do think they are probably thinking that Matthew Bretzker will try and counter-attack the spin with the sweep shot. He doesn't this time, dabs it through the vacant third man region. They should get another comfortable pair here, as they do.
Yes, easy one. There is no drama off the deck, as you've seen so far. And Bretzker playing that ball very late, which is one of the keys to playing spinner. You got to play quite late, and he's doing that so well.
Especially against somebody like an Akshar Patel playing his 53rd first-class game, 185 wickets. Is a guy who's played a lot of cricket. He's taken quite a few first-class wickets. Oh, and he pissed the outside edge with that particular ball. You got to take a look at him.
First sign of a ball that's gripping. That one held its line. It didn't go on with the arms. So that's actually quite something to watch out for. That one's a lot fuller and easier to be smothered out. End of that over. 4 runs off the first over of Akshar Patel.
Yeah, 47 runs on the board. Partnership now up to 30 of 37. So this pair has come down a little bit after that early loss of Josh Richards. So it's now the turn of the Indians to try and see if they can find an answer.
Yes, you just need wickets, right, to get yourself in the session. Right now, South Africans are very comfortable. You need to find a way as India A to make a breakthrough with the conditions still favouring you. You can run in as hard as you can as a fast bowler. Let that ball, give that ball enough for it to help you, for the deck to help you as it gets past the batter.
Shots cut away. There's a fielder for that shot. Should only be a single.
Gush deep in the deep.
No pun.
Zubair Hamza, it feels as though he's got a magnet to the middle of that bat. That's what you want. That's what you're really hopeful for.
Yeah, that's what you want. 113 against Northwest, a couple of 30s against West Indies A, then another 100 against the West Indies, 98 against Dolphins, and 101 last time out.
Gets
Talk
the
about
Tuskers.
form.
Yeah, he's been really important to this Lions team.
Yes, clearly looking to fight for that spot back into that Protea setup.
Yeah, and he's putting up a really impressive CV, especially with the question around Temba's injury now. You would expect that should Temba be unavailable to play in that second test, that Zubair Hamza would walk into the side. There is Vian Mulder in there as well. I know that the Proteas did use 7 batters, so that's something that we need to look out for, because then what it might mean is they might pick an all-rounder for Western for Cape Town, and also bring in a spinner. So, but if there's someone who needs to be called up right now for that middle order spot, you can't look farther than Zubair Hamza.
Well, left a bit of bounce on that.
Yes, and he left that on length, really good. A little bit of a shorter length this time. It's not a surprising bounce. That's the natural carry that you get. It's just, I think the Indian bowlers have been quite skiddy this morning, especially from that end. The ball hasn't been able to. But once you get a little bit shorter, it does get that trampoline tennis bally bounce. So
yeah, the good old corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah,
just in between that shortish and fullish, goodish length.
Just gotta find your length, and I think the Indians have been quite full this morning, and you just need to drag it back a little bit. There we go. Another short ball. The other problem about bowling at the Highveld is you mustn't get carried away with the short ball.
Yes, indeed. Especially with these conditions that we're seeing this morning, a little bit of movement.
No, because it needs to be
keep it away.
It needs to be productive, right? So you need to make the batter play. You don't have a short leg, so that short ball is going to do. So the question obviously would be what's the plan, right? You're hoping to bowl it short and wide and maybe get caught at gully, or maybe even get caught at cover. But so you're just don't get carried away with the bounce. That's much better. A lot fuller outside that off stump.
Yeah, a bit of movement too from that one. Just seemed to nip off the seam a bit. So, of course, with the conditions that we have here at Willowmoore Park today, of course, the ball is going to move around a little bit. It's about the bowlers, especially the seam bowlers, try not to search for that magical ball.
But you always are going to be searching for it, right? But it's about putting up a plan, right?
The plan, exactly.
And so the question is, if I was an innocent bystander, which I think I am, I'd be asking what the plan is. Short ball, okay, bowl the full one, but that one was too wide. Got to get closer to the stumps.
Which he does there. Just need to be a little bit more consistent in that line of Ishram.
Yes.
It's 12 gone, 1 for 48.
Yeah.
Which is the only wicket to fall so far, 13 of 22.
South Africa will be happy with the start with about 6 minutes to go to lunch. Though obviously now you're in the role of don't lose a wicket at this point in time. And just go to lunch, and then you'll come back after lunch and continue with scoring runs. It's always beautiful to play cricket in overcast skies. The heat's not being a factor. The only thing you need to be worried about it from a batting perspective is if the pitch has any demons. But I think that there are some, but I don't think the Indians have been able to exploit it. I think the length here is slightly shorter than full.
Aksha, he'll continue. Back with a length from him. Just again, as he push it just a little bit further. Washington.
Do you know who I'd like to see?
Yeah.
Is Washington Sundar. Before thing, because he's got the height. He's also got the pace. He bowls it at is a high-paced spin bowler. As Akshar gets that, Zubair Hamza just looking to play that one through the gap there, but finds the fielder.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they use the two spinners. The Indians, do they use them concurrently? Will they maybe look to occupy one end? And especially somebody like a Washington, who probably will not look to turn the ball as much, but just to rush the batters as a game plan. It's something that he generally does. Four. This one is played to Avesh, beg your pardon, to Akash Deep. Let's move on for another dot.
Nova a lot more control from Akshar. He's actually just, bowling it a lot fuller. And there we go. That's over the top from Zubair Hamza. One bounce four at long on. That was just too full. And Zubair Hamza says, thank you very much. It's an easy one.
It's a big thing for South African batters to try and attack the spinners, especially early, get them unsettled, and that's what Zubi does here. Big stride opens up that front leg, and this is over the top. A couple of bounces to the rope.
That was also the line. It was just coming into that middle stump, and it just made it easy for Zubi to just play it down on the ground.
Yeah, that brought up the 52. This time they'll drop it around. There's a chance for a run-out. That is gone.
Umpire Mokorosi Thomas is really, really quick with his finger. Zubair Hamza looking to take a risky single, and something that the South Africans didn't need to do. 4 minutes to lunch, and now Zubair Hamza walks back 420 off of 25, being run out. Great fielding by the Indians.
Yeah, great fielding, poor decision making, needless, one-handed pickup. He throws it, he hits the stump, it's the skipper. He picks up the second wicket.
Captain Iswaran with a pass that would rival any Springbok scrum off to those stumps. Really accurate, great piece of magic and play, and to a certain extent giving India something in the session to be happy for. That brings in the next batter. South Africa 52 for 2. And that brings in Kaya Zondo.
Yeah, new man into the crease as we watch why he's in the middle. Drop and run, it looked like an easy call. Something like Zubi made the call, but Eswaran picks it up one-handed, lets it go mid-air, and that destroys the furniture. And the man playing in his 150th first-class game today, it's Kylie Zondo.
He's playing his 150th first-class game. He scored 6,924 runs, an average of 31. Remember, he made his debut in the last time the Proteas played in Australia. Didn't do quite well. He's played 5 tests for the Proteas. He averaged 20. He's only scored 120 runs. This season, Kai averages 23 with the bat with a high score of 48. He'll be hoping to score a lot more runs today, keep himself in the reckoning, because there's a lot of questions around his spot in the test side. But there's always an opportunity with that New Zealand series for him to, score runs and make the selectors' job a little bit harder. Avesh Khan.
Yeah, well, left by Kylie Zondo. He's one of those guys who's been on the fringes of the national team. He's almost always in the conversation to be in the team. It probably hasn't gone the way he would have wanted it, especially over the last 5 or 6 years in his career.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a renaissance post-COVID, scoring that double century last season, which kind of brought him back into the reckoning. He's got a really tough one, obviously, with a lot of the other batters in that middle order. Rickleton, Tashile, another one outside the off stump. Really good ball that's tight on that off stump from Avesh Khan. And yeah, it's just the currency for a batter is runs, and over the last 6 months this season, those runs have dried up for Kaya. And yeah, he'll be hoping to, get that back in. Stalwart of the Dolphins, has been playing for the Dolphins for over 10 years. Came through as a shining bright light young batter. Is now a senior professional.
Yeah, definitely one of the veterans in that change room and in this SAA change room as well.
Oh! Inside edge onto leg stump. Kaya Zondo's woes continue this season. He goes back for a duck. India have their third wicket on the stroke of lunch. And South Africa, from going at the beginning of this over, going thinking that they had the session with them, are now going with knowing that India have now won that session.
Yeah, looking to leave, and then just very late on getting his bat out of the way, that ball hits the outside of his bat, rolls onto the stumps, and India, all of a sudden, have won this session and won it quite convincingly. They pick up a third.
Yes, and that is lunchtime. You see everyone going back into the hut. We'll be back at 1:10. India won the toss, put South Africa into bat, and there South Africa opened with Joshua Richards and Matthew Bretzke. Joshua Richards and Matthew started off quite well, but Richards was out for 11 off the bowling of Saini. And then Zubair Hamza, who looked really, really nice, he was out for 20. He went for a very cheeky run out in this last over. And finally, a ball straight after that, with two balls after that, Kazondo edging it onto his leg stump for no run. South Africa are 52 for 3. And after 14 overs, and that is lunch, with India looking really strong. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
and welcome back to this fantastic series between South Africa A and India A, straight out of Benoni and Willowmoore Park in the East Rand in South Africa. Thank you for joining us everywhere in the world where you might be, and don't forget to like and to subscribe to Pitch Vision and also the YouTube channel for CSA, where we're going to bring you all the action of these 2.5 days that is left in this 4-day game. And Wayne, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Good to be at a stadium where cricket is taking place. If you ask me, the better SA versus India game taking on today. But yeah, day 2 of this match. You see the 2 umpires on your screen, Brad White and Thomas Mokorosi. Finally able to get us underway today at 11:30 this morning after losing an entire day of play yesterday.
An entire day and also a couple of hours today. Finally getting some, and the weather is playing along nicely as well. It hasn't gotten darker. The clouds have been around the whole day, but it's still very high. It doesn't look like we're going to have rain soon. Let's hope we can get more overs in. And just a quick recap, what has happened is just before lunch, South Africa was sitting pretty with only 1 wicket down. Then all of a sudden, 1 over changed it all. 3 ball space, we lost 2 wickets. They're on 52 for 3. That's after 14 overs. And the gentleman that's been dismissed is Joshua Richards, that looked good for his 13 runs. He was caught behind of Navdeep Saini. And then also Zabir Hamza was looking in spectacular form. We said that he is the wicket that India wanted. And then all of a sudden, a decision to take a quick single was not on the cards. A run out just before. And then Kaya Zondo came in and could only last 3 balls before he was dismissed just before lunch. And yeah, that run out, that was a big wicket. Hamza is looking in spectacular form, and bad call.
Yeah, very interesting call, needless. I'd say brainless crickets, especially in the context of the match, needed to get themselves to lunch. We were just talking about in commentary that get yourself to lunch now and then you can reset afterwards. But for them to open up an end, and then in the end, that ended up putting Kazondo in a precarious position, and he too ended up walking back to the pavilion. So that call must have cost South Africa 2 wickets essentially.
Is as we see play ready to get underway. It's Khan to Rickleton, new man at the crease. A bit of a wayward ball, great take by the keeper. There's still a lot of movement with a lot of moisture still in the air.
Yeah, Avesh Khan, we spoke about him not getting carried away with that short ball. You saw a lot of movement there through the air from him, but he's running in, looking to hit it hard into the surface there. I think he might need to put that delivery away today. Conditions are very helpful to the bowlers.
I think he's just doing that just not to let the batter lunge on that front foot, but it's way too short, it's over the head.
Yeah, speaking of the batter, Ryan David Rickleton is the new man in. Oh, just gets that back leg covering the stumps, let the ball through to the keeper. He's playing in his 56th first-class game, Ryan Rickleton, 4,200 runs at a very amazing average of 51.27. Another one who's played a couple of test matches for South Africa, but yet to cement his place in that team.
One of those ones that's always been on the fringe. He's always been talked about, and when they, I think, go down to that last 20 before they select, the team is always in that last 20. Just like I said, couldn't cement his place as of yet. Oh, fantastic delivery. Swing it back into the left-hander and nearly sneaking through between bat and pad. Then, yeah, like I said, just not cementing his place. But you've got to feel there's so many questions around Temba's injuries now. Those who do not know, he's pulled up again with his hamstring yesterday. Oh, who are they going to call up? A guy like Hamza has put his hand up. Rickleton is there. We've got Joshua Richards that's there. There's so many questions regarding that one spot now. And so many players that's on the fringe. Who would you pull in?
Yeah, I think it's just perfect timing that the SAA series is happening at the exact same time as obviously the unfortunate incident of Teba pulling up. But I mean, this is probably the game for one of these players to say, hey man, I want to be in that test side playing in Cape Town on the 3rd. And yeah, certainly one of these 11 guys here can put their hand up and take that spot.
Yeah, it'll be fantastic if some of them get pulled up. It just gives that impetus to SAA. So we see the 4 balls being bowled after lunch. Khan just finishing up his over.
Yeah, Cash Deep, he comes in this side.
He just changed ends as well.
Yes, seemingly those 2 overs from Akshar Patel were experimental, but back to some seam. Here's a Cash.
Oh, lovely shot, just leaning into it, piercing that offside gap. They'll look at 3, possibly only staying for the 2. That was fantastic fielding. Just chasing it down, and it is a mammoth field, so there's always an opportunity of 2. I love the fact that they turned and see if there might be a 3rd one for the arm.
Yeah, thought they could have, but you're not going to take on Abimanu Estoran's arm again. He's the man with the run out of Zubair Hamza, so you don't want to give him another chance to send one of your batters back.
Yeah, I think if the coaching staff would want more grey hairs, another run out.
So here's a Cash. He's 29 years old, 11th season in the first class cricket. Back of a length, there's the length he should be aiming to go through. 6 out of 6 in that spot. You will peg down a lot of batters, but especially one who's looking to find some form in Matty Breska.
Yeah, and also one thing that I noticed when he came from the other end as well, he's a lot skinnier than he looks. He almost kisses the deck and it shoots through. He did get some great bounce from the other side as well. A lot of assistance there that Khan would hope for the same as well. He bowled fantastically well, only conceded 11 runs in his 5 overs. And he does get some movement away from the right-handed batters as well. And this is now the area where South Africa needs to cash in, because there's a right-left combination. Don't get bogged down on one side. Try and rotate, get those singles going. And a guy like Rickleton doesn't like getting bogged down. He wants to rotate the strike, and the same with Breetska. So the combination of the 2 might just work perfectly in SAA's favour.
Well, it should work perfectly in SAA's favour. It's just about how they go about their game plan. There's 2 as they build this partnership. Bit on the straight side there. Minimal foot movement from Matthew Breska. It's full face of the bat is presented. It's another dot ball.
Showing that he's trusting the bounce on the deck. He doesn't need to lunge or go back for that ball, scared that it's going to pop up. Just leaning into it, making sure that it goes into the deck. And thus far, Matthew has looked very, very compact in the defense.
Yeah, he's the one who seems, he's the only one really who seems to be batting in the conditions, not so much of the wicket, but of the day. He's being watchful.
As we say that, a lovely cover drive in the bubble and a fantastic shot through the covers. Matthew Breetska, good morning or good afternoon.
Yeah, overpitched from Akash Deep. He'll be the first to point that out. Just a little bit of width, but a chance for Matthew Breska to just extend that front leg and hands through. That was mostly hands from Matthew Breska. It's a beautiful shot.
He does have
Fourth
lovely
boundary.
hands. Yeah, it does have lovely hands. Great hand speed through that one as well. And the timing was sublime. He didn't try and overhead it, just let the hands go through the line. And yeah, that length was just the problem there. Maybe want to go a meter shorter, have him hit on the rise instead of at the pitch. Oh, back to basics, back to basics. And we've seen with the Indian pacemen, if they go for a run or 2, their comeback has been fantastic. And they're still trying to figure out exactly where to bowl in the conditions, because one ball goes away a lot and the other one doesn't do that much. So you can see the bowler just standing on the deck there, just trying to figure out exactly what is the length and line that I should be bowling to extract the most out of these conditions. End of the over, 58 for a loss of 3 after 16.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, if I asked you on Paul how the Indians have bowled so far this morning, you will speak about a little bit too full, maybe a tad short as well on occasion. But they're currently in the pound seats. They've taken 3 wickets, only 58 runs on the board. It's I wouldn't say it's all India right now, but they're definitely in the pound seats.
Absolutely, I got a new batter. Rickleton has only faced 3 deliveries. He's facing up to Khan again. Just pushing that one to backward point, riding the bounce nicely, the Rickleton. And that end does get that extra bit of sea movement. That's why we feel bowling from that end, that short ball, doesn't need to be that short. You can just go back of a length and it will pop up to a chest height As we see, the fine leg for Khan has been a lot finer than it has been from the other end, for the other bowlers. They've almost had a long leg in. This time round, settling for a conventional fine leg.
It's a very fine leg as this one does move the other way. Just too wide and too full. But interesting signs there from an Indian supporter's perspective.
Yes, Khan showing he's got all the tricks. Just taking that one across Rickleton, just making it move the other way. And as we mentioned, that fine leg is very, very fine. It might show that they're swinging the ball back into Rickleton. They might be targeting that middle and off line, hoping that there's a gap between bat and pad. That's the line you want to bowl. You can bowl there the whole day and from there make it move in and out. You could just hear the grunt there from where we're sitting from the bowler. He just felt that he needed something extra there, and that takes the winds out of your sails when you're grunting and the ball just, the keeper takes it round about his waist, and the next one you just let go, he takes it above his head.
Yeah, that was much of an effort ball. It's interesting. We're sitting about 100 odd meters away from the bowler. So you could definitely hear the effort that he put in through that. And definitely not happy with how that came out of the hand. So he's changed his line of attack.
Yes, he wants to tuck up Rickleton a bit more. And this might be the scenario where we will see someone under the helmet very soon as well, if he bowls that line consistently. And with the extra bounce from this side, we saw as soon as Zubair Hamza came in that they had a man under the helmet for him, especially for that extra bounce. So this might just be incisive. We see a man there on in front of front of square there, just having a chat with the umpire, maybe just asking him, what do you think, umpy? What's this pitch doing? If he misses, we hit. How's that finger feeling?
I think from everybody, really. I think this is a wicket we are still trying to figure out what it's doing.
But I think you mentioned it earlier, which was the perfect comment to make, was don't play the wicket, play the conditions, which will be the biggest factor. The wicket, yes, has been under covers for a couple of days. Yesterday, there was a lot of heavy rolling on it, so we did expect a little bit of extra bounce, but the consistency of the deck is going to be the question going into day 3 and day 4, effectively day 2 and 3. So that would be the questions asked, and with a lot of moisture still in the air, how's it going to hold up? But playing the conditions, as you alluded to, is much more important. Oh, lovely shot, just pushing that one through the covers. They will double up on this one, and Rickleton is opening up his account with a lovely 2. As we see the end of the over, 60 for the loss of 3 after 17 wickets. And that would definitely settle some nerves. So, Ryan?
Yeah, it's always feels good for the ball to come out the middle of the bat. It's, especially as the first runs. He's left quite a few, so it was important for him to hit that through the extra covers, get to the other end. Well, he came back for 2. But, I mean, that's also a trademark Ryan Rickleton shot. If you've seen Ryan play, he's a guy who will generally tend to push it through the extra cover region more often than not. So for him to get into the things he generally does on a regular basis, important for this SAA batting lineup.
And it's very important to know as well, every batter has got that one thing that gets him going. Some it's a flick of the legs, others a square cut, others is a drive through the covers. Some just needs to feel the ball in the middle of the bat, even if it's a defensive shot. And as you mentioned, Ryan is one of those guys, how many times have we seen him just get off the mark with that push through the covers, and then he doubles up or he takes the 1. It is a shot that he does play very well, and he never tries and overhits it, which is also a trademark of his.
Yeah, I think it's a key for that shot as well. It's just about finding the gap and get the fielders involved in the game as well.
That one just moving into Matthew Breedska. He's taken all of it away, and this one just going the other way. And Breedska up for the challenge. Akashdeep, a very clever bowler, as you mentioned. He's a senior player almost in this India A team. But we've noticed with a lot of the Indian teams, they don't take a lot of youngsters on these tours, not your 19, 20-year-olds. It's normally 24 plus. As we see in this group as well, you see Aksar Patel, you get Washington Sundar, which I think must be one of the youngest.
Navdeep Saini as well. Good running. Old school drop and run cricket.
And run, that's it.
Yeah, get yourself to the other end to get the scoreboard ticking. Good cricket, that.
And this is, like I said earlier, important for them get that right-left combination going,
Oh,
because
100%.
you're just going to let the bowler off his line, off his mark the whole time.
I will say though, I was kind of impressed when I went through the team for India. I did see quite a few youngsters. I mean, Sai Surasan, he's just 22 years old. Dhruv Jural, also 22 years old. And one more name here, Tilak Varma and Manav Sutar. So both of them 21 years of age. So to see the pair of them, or the four of them rather, 21 and 22 years old, clearly there is a project, maybe 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup in South Africa in mind.
Yes. Oh, that one just squirting on the outside edge of the bat. You can just see the bowler getting a bit excited there. That ball just nipped away from the left-hander. As you can see, Ryan Rickardson just pointing that it might have just from the deck moved away a bit, fighting the outside edge of the bat. And as you mentioned, that's the four youngsters they brought along. And hopefully with the next tour, they will see more of them coming through with the IPL coming up. They got their domestic tournament coming up as well. There is so many plans that you can see in place for the Indian team that their future does look bright. Oh, this one edged away through and past second slip, just eluding the left hand, and a bit of luck there for South Africa.
Yeah, you always talk about go with it with soft hands, but he went at that one hard, and that's probably what saved him, as it flashed hard past the second slip fielder, and it races to the fence for four.
Yeah, if you're going to flash hard, that's the old school mentality. And that one you can see just sitting on the ball a little bit, and very lucky to get away with that one. With conditions like these, you expect a couple of edges to go through, and Rickardson still there, his first boundary of the day. Not in convincing fashion.
No, it's encouraging this for Akashdeep, who I might add took 41 wickets in the 2022-23 Ranji Trophy. Saw him finishing 7th on that list, 10 matches. So he comes in good form, probably the reason why he's in this India A team.
And it's very, you got to remember as well where that cup is taking place. The subcontinent is not conducive to pace bowling. So I think in that top 7 list, I think he was the 3rd pace bowler or the 2nd pace bowler on that list. The rest were all spinners. So taking 41 wickets in the cup there, it is phenomenal. It's not the decks that we are used to. It is very slow, it is very low, and it's all turn conducive. So he is a fantastic bowler.
Yeah, and maybe that's what those first 7 overs have been for him, is trying to understand these conditions that are a little bit more helpful to you as a seam bowler.
Oh, that ball just... Oh, the fielder's going to feel that one. That came off like a tracer bullet. And we saw the fielder just jumping up after he caught that one, or fielded that one at a point. And you can just see that one's going to sting a bit. End of the over, it's 65 for loss of 3 wickets after 18 overs. Ryan Rickardson is there, 6 of 13, and Matthew Breretzka is 25 runs and not out. And this partnership has crept up to that lucky number 13.
Yeah, 21 deliveries. Probably need to face 21 more deliveries before they can get settled. But I mean, this first 18 overs so far from a South African standpoint, the run rate does say 2.6, but 3.6, beg your pardon. But it's felt like they've been a little bit more attacking than it has, I mean, it actually is.
Yeah, I think it was those first 4 or 5 overs that basically went for nothing. That's influenced that run rate, but they have been scoring runs every over. There's not been a lot of maidens.
It'll be interesting to see what Avish Khan does here now.
And this is fantastic cricket, just getting that right-left combination going. Matthew Breretzka happy just to rotate the strike, just to get everyone going in the field. And Khan has been bowling a fantastic length, I feel, because He's bowling with no one almost straight. The mid-on is very wide as well. The mid-off is almost between a mid-off and a cover position. It is also very wide. So he's opening up that V and he's asking the batter, please drive me. He's got 2 slips, he's got a gully, a backward point. And with the change of angle to the left-hander that's coming around the wicket, we see now that that fine leg has moved over to a long leg position. Just for that flick of the pads.
Yeah, he's been very proactive, as Vish Khan, about where the fielders are going. They seem to be moving them around subtly or not. They've been moving around pretty much every ball. So it's about getting a game plan. And speaking about that, those 2 straight fielders, he is definitely asking Ryan Rickleton to hit the ball straight here. Back of a length. Rickleton happy to just rock back and fend that one off. Washington will rush in to field that in.
You just see on your screen there, just showing that little bit of extra bounce that end is getting. Those balls normally he'll play around your hip area and he's playing it underneath his chest almost. It's just got that extra bounce, and as the deck actually quickens up, I mentioned earlier, you can see the 2 colors of the deck on your screen as well. The darker one just has that extra pop and it just comes up a little bit more, hits the splice of the bat. Oh, that one, just a bit of shape coming into the left-hander. With the angle, there'll be more angle coming into the left-hander with the swing that he's getting as well. And that one just hitting the inside part of the bat. And there's that straight drive that he's asking to be played.
Yeah, I think that's probably why the mid-wicket is so much closer to the umpires. Very, very square is the mid-wicket. So just in case that goes for the on-drive inside half of the bat, it pops up to that region.
There we go, much more compact in that one. A little bit shorter than the previous one, but Khan is showing great discipline here.
Yeah,
He's one of those guys that's very good against left-handed bowlers or left-handed batters, because you can actually see the way that he's following through and everything, the way he's adjust action is perfect.
Yeah, he seems to be a guy who does like to bowl to the lefties. I mean, he is swinging it back into the lefties as well. It's just a bit harder to control if to get the line right, especially if you're coming from around the wickets, if you're right armer bowling to lefties. But he seems to be relishing it and hasn't gone too straight.
And it's one of those things where it is a skill. It's like for a spinner bowling the ball that turns the other way.
Yeah.
Going around the wicket is a change in your action, is a change on where you release the ball, where your delivery stride is. Everything is a little bit different. And it is a skill that needs to be coached and needs to be learned and practiced. Look, you don't do this, I'm going to go around the wicket today and it works. It is something that they do in the nets constantly. So we see the end of the over, 66 for the loss of 3 after 19. And just 1 run in that previous over, and just shows the immaculate line and length that Khan is bowling at the moment.
Yeah, my coach, when I played cricket back in the day, used to tell me, always bowl from over the wicket. You don't practice bowling around the wicket. Clearly, Avesh Khan does, because he seems to have mastered the line and has got Ryan Rickleton to just look to defend every ball. And that's not the way Ryan Rickleton usually plays.
No, he is definitely tucking him up around the wicket. I think the angle with the extra movement of the conditions is also just making it a lot harder to read exactly where it's going, especially with the one from this end that actually went from the other way from the seam and not just the swing. Akashdeep coming in. He's into Matthew Breedska. Very similar field except for the deep square that's been put out now.
Oh, starts off straight. Looked like it was swinging back in, but just straightened off the seam. Just comes off the outside half of the bat of Matthew Breedska there. I'd say lucky days for him there.
Yeah, Akshar Patel, just some words of encouragement there as well. Having a look around. And that deep squares there just for that extra bit of a bumper that might be on its way. They might feel that Breedska might be a happy hooker.
Yeah, he's behind square. He's 3 cutters off the boundary. And the fine leg is also very square, so clearly 1 or 2 bumpers might be on the way this over. Oh, that one is back off a length. Just a little bit more extra bounce, probably the most bounce we've seen from this end.
Yes.
And just tucking him up there, just underneath the shoulder area.
Now that one just came up a lot, and the previous ball already we saw Matthew Breska just having a look at the deck, and this one wasn't really back of a length. It's just almost between a good length and back of a length, and it just popped up from there. So it might show that we spoke earlier about those demons in the pitch. There might be 1 or 2 moles just lifting up their heads there.
Yeah, so it's a wicket where you need to work hard, definitely, to get in.
Oh, not when they're pitching it up like that. Juicy full toss, and after lunch, Breska says thank you very much. A lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, easy pickings with an offer. Anybody playing first class cricket knows that's all you need. Just get your hands going through the ball, get yourself a welcome boundary, and that's exactly what the skipper does here.
And Breska, being in the form that he is, he's not going to miss out there. Just a length into it, and the hands just going through the line, and a lovely shot for 4. You can see the fielder had no chance in chasing that one down. And with that shot, the deep point has gone back. He's about 3 guys, beg your pardon. He just asked what's going on. I think the bowler said, you know what, that wasn't a great ball. Let's not do some ball chasing.
Good. Another one. Thought it was a bit half volley-ish, but played straight to the skipper.
The line was a lot better. There was a bit more
Definitely.
attacking on that one. And Breska just having a look at that one. That one just moving, just straightening up. And if you're an Indian supporter, I don't think you'll feel too aggrieved if he drives at that, because it's pitched up, the line is perfect, you've got to be right. But if it's wide and he can just throw his hands at it, even if he edges it, there's no third man, so it's almost a safe shot. There's the bumper, we knew. You can hear the grunt as well.
Yes, Akashdeep is very much known for his T20 cricket, where he does use that bumper quite often, and here he is now, just going well directed to Matthew Breska. He gets underneath it and lets it go through to the keeper. I probably assume there's another one coming here.
Yeah, you can bowl 2 in the over. And I've always wondered, especially with the T20 bowlers, like we see with him now, is in Test cricket, why every now and again the slower bumper? Why they haven't used it? Oh, that one took off and went the other way. Fantastic delivery. And both batters will have a look at the pitch there. That one just took off.
Yeah, it took off a length, and it also just swung the other way as well. It's a great size this from Akashdeep. Didn't seem to do much differently there. Just a length ball, just popped up a little bit more, swung the other way. But Matthew Breska happy that it goes through to the keeper. It's 20 gone, 70 for 3.
And the partnership to move on to 18, but it's gone 30, 6 for Ryan Rickleton. And great bowling. Akashdeep, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 23. And Khan continuing from around the wicket to Ryan Rickleton. He's picked up the 1 wicket.
He'll continue to Rickleton. He's seemed to enjoy bowling to him since after lunch. Let's see what sort of plan they have for him. He's kept the 3 fielders behind square, the offside, the 2 slips, and the gully. He's got a backward point and conventional cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a man protecting the boundary on the leg side.
I think they've figured out that this end they don't need that bumper, they don't need the bounce from this end, the 2 slips, and it's not a conventional first slip, it's almost a 1.5. I think they might be a little bit concerned about the carry, because there was 1 or 2 that just kept low to the keeper, so it's almost a 1.5 and a 2.5 slip positions that they do have. And then the long leg is just there for the ball that might just be misdirected, and Rickleton just plays off his legs for the left-hander.
Ooh.
Lovely ball, lovely carry. And that's the one we heard earlier, the grunt. We put some effort in, the ball didn't go above waist height for the keeper. This one, just a lovely flow of the action, just going through it, staying nice upright. and the keeper taking it in front of his nose.
Yeah, it seems just the fuller he bowls it just doesn't carry as much. So maybe they know if balls in 3-4 feet fuller than he has been, this probably wouldn't carry to the slip fielders, and maybe that's why Safraz Khan is standing at a 1.5 and almost on par with the keeper.
Yeah, it's true what you say. As soon as it goes a little bit fuller, it's almost like it doesn't have the same carry, but you hit that 6-meter mark, and all of a sudden it just takes off from there. And that's kind of where they got to concentrate for these two batters, I feel. Both of them loves driving, so anything up there, I think they will go. But anything wide, Rickleton will be happy to leave.
Yes, 100%, as he should. It is one of those days, one of those 4-day matches. We always speak about Test cricket being a test for the bowlers. This is one of those where the batters have to go deep into their bag and extra concentrate.
Oh, this one going past, not swinging at all, just from that around the wicket angle, straightening up on the lefty, and that is what you call a nut.
Oh, that is beautiful. Sorry, Ricky, not good enough to edge that sun, just nipping off the surface and just going through and past that bat. That is Avesh Khan at his best. That is the Avesh Khan that took all those wickets at the Wanderers.
I'm actually getting goosebumps. That is a ball you want to see from a fast bowler. That is fantastic stuff. And what's Ryan Rickleton's answer going to be? We've seen him in the past maybe shimmy over to that off stump a little bit just to hamper the swing a bit. Khan into Rickleton. Oh, and again, this time the peel, and he's gone. Outside edge found, the same ball, different result. Edge found, Rickleton back in the hut, and it's wicket time for the Indians.
Yeah, more of the same. We speak about that when you're on the field. Exactly the same, buddy, and that's exactly what Avesh Khan does. It pitches more or less the same length, good length, nipping off the surface, feathers through to the wicketkeeper. Easy catch for Dhruv Jural.
Fantastic delivery. That one just must be millimeters closer on the line. And we actually saw Rickleton just going across more to the off stump there. And fantastic bowling. Now this is the Khan, as you said, that picked up all those wickets. Oh, moving it both ways. And what skill from doing it around the wicket.
Yeah, from around the wicket. That's the end of Ryan Rickleton. He makes 6 of 23. South Africa in a bit of trouble now at 70 for 4. As Mpo will join you in the comms box.
Wayne, thank you very much. Yes, 70 for loss of 4 after 20 overs. It has been all India since that run out of Hamza. They don't mind the run rate going up to 3.4. They don't mind scoring, letting or conceding the occasional boundary. Couple of singles here. If they keep ticking away and the partnerships going for 10s and 20s, they wouldn't mind. Mpo, you were sitting behind us, and what a ball.
It was a series of 2 balls, right? The first one was on the money in terms of length and went slightly away, and this one is a feather of an edge. If we had ultra edge, you would have just seen a small little spike on the edge of the bat. It was enough to give the umpire, Brad White, something to listen to. But it's really, really good bowling. It's the type of bowling that he got the South African team in the ODIs and the pink ODI in trouble. Just don't give them anything.
Yes, and a fantastic skill that he has going around the wicket. As we see, someone that I've been waiting to see get his opportunity. Kusile coming in to the wicket. He is a fantastic prospect, batting-wise, for the future.
Came out as a youngster out of high school, Hudson Park. Had a really great debut season. Averaged around 50 then. Got himself into the Proteas side and the T20 side, so he has a T20 cap. 2,484 runs at an average of 37. This season, he has an average of 41. You can see he's got 300s to his name. He got a 100 this year.
And he's facing up to a rampant Khan at the moment, who's swinging it both ways. Conditions a little bit different than he would be used to up here in the high veld. We know we also mentioned the rain and that sort of stuff, but a lot of moisture. Over December, there's a lot more movement through the air, lateral movement, but he is a fantastic player and someone to keep your eye on for the future.
24 years old, talented batter, wicketkeeper as well, right? And I think we're in this world where we're just producing wicketkeepers. Bretsky can keep wicket, Sheila can keep wicket, Rickleton can keep wicket. You know, it's a wicketkeepers union.
And it's not just can keep wicket; they keep wicket for the unions.
Yes, in first class cricket.
First class cricket.
You know, so really good, and I think he's a really exciting talent. I'm glad to see that his numbers this year are where they are. He faded a bit because him and Calvarena were neck and neck as to who the next one would make it into test side would be, and then all of a sudden Tashila had a couple of bad years, and then Calvarena just kept on going, and he made the Proteas side.
Ashkapding just going into Matthew Breedska, happy to knock it on the leg side for the one. And with the new batter coming to crease, you can see that the deep point was put out immediately for Breedska, just allowing the one.
You got to have your attacking field, right? You got to have catches in and around the batter. You got to make the batter feel as though they can't score a run, right? Take away the options for the single. If he looks on the offside, he needs to be clinical enough to punch between point and cover, as well as possibly even get a single between cover and extra cover. Whereas he'd be lucky to get Akashdeep to go down the leg side and get more runs there.
Oh, that one. We saw one or two moving away from the right-hander. This one, he just opted for the one coming back into the right-hander. And also, it could be the ploy just to get the new batter on strike as well. Happy to give Breedska the one, and let's have a couple of balls at the new guy.
That's essentially what you want. He's also new, not a lot of rhythm yet. Whereas Breedska's on 31, he's doing quite well at 53 balls. That last ball, Trishila mentioned that, well, to his partner, that it went a little lower than he expected. 2 slips and a gully. 6-3 field.
Oh, there's the one that just pops up from that 6-meter length. It is going to be, for a new batter coming in, you're not going to feel that you're in. And I don't think Matthew Breedska feels that he's in with the conditions as well. It's going to be one of those days and one of those pitches where you've got to concentrate extremely hard the whole time.
those pitches where one will have your name on it. It's a famous cricketing cliche. But so far, India have bowled really well, fantastically well, and they've kept themselves in the game, even though some of the runs were running, the game was slightly running away from them prior to lunch. And then that over from, it was Avesh Khan, who managed to get 2 wickets in the over, even though he's only got 2 wickets, so one was a run out. And it changed their fortunes. Now India looking at themselves, only 1 for 4. Have South Africa 2 away. You've got Bear Swanepoel, Bjorn Fortuin coming in next, which they are handy batters. They're all, I know Bear Swanepoel has a first class 50, and Bjorn's got a couple of hundreds in first class cricket as well.
Yeah, but they almost get into the all-rounders then. Instead of this will probably be the last batting pair, recognized batters, before we get into the all-rounders.
As the late great Shane Warne would say, add 2 wickets to the score and see how you feel. So 7-1 for 6, I'd be feeling pretty good as India, and I think it's a good day, and it's a good position they're in for them to win the game, even though they've lost a day due to rain. If they can get into the back of the South African attack or batting lineup by just off the tee, they'll have a full day to bat tomorrow.
Oh, lovely shot off the back foot. That one is punched through galley and behind backward point. Is it going to run away? Great chase. Aksar Patel just chasing that one down. And they managed to triple up. And 3 runs to get off the mark. Trishile is off the mark.
Yes, quick hands from Trishile there with that back foot punch. As you can see, he's a little bit wristy. But it was a quick movement of the bat to kind of get that in that gap. So really good batting from him, and he's done really well to get off the mark. And as we've said all day, it's not a boundary ground. It's not a boundary sort of wicket. It's go fetch your 1s, your 2s, your 3s. It's a fitness day effectively. Luckily the clouds are there, making sure that you're not perspiring as much as you can. and all you just need to do is find the gap and get to the other end and build something that it can make this game competitive, I think, and that's what South Africa's looking to try and do right now.
And also, it is one of those fields where it's going to be hard to defend. Oh, there's a much better bumper. That's probably the best one we've seen today, making the batsman sway instead of duck. And as you said, put 2 wickets on there, maybe getting to the lower order. I know bowlers don't like us saying tail. They all feel that they can bat in the top order, but the lower order batters. And if you can roll them out for, let's say, from the Indians' perspective, around about a 150, 180, you're in the driving seat to get a result in this 3-day game.
Yeah, look, these two are Warriors batters. They've batted many times together, so...
Lovely shot, just pointing out that wrist work that you were talking about.
Ooh.
And, that one came off like a tracer bullet.
This little flick of the wrist there down the leg side. Yeah, Hleshile is also... it's what I love about this SAA batting lineup. It's just filled with guys who just technically just very sound. They've made it work. They've been consistent and they've been rewarded with this cap. And now it's time to enjoy playing and representing your country.
And also what I've noticed with the setup of this team is there's not a lot of comparisons batting-wise that you can say, listen, this one and this one looks almost the same, and compare one or two with one another. They complement each other very well, but they all have different styles of batting.
Yes, and to a certain extent, that's what obviously, I think that's the new age coaching, to work with that, what the batter provides and what strengths the batter has, instead of trying to mold them into a certain level. Okay, here we go. 3 slips, a gully now for Avesh Khan. He's going to bowl it wide outside of stump. And he bluffs that one.
I think with the movement he's getting, I think he might just... He saw that Hleshile was after that flick of the wrist, just showing that he might have want to play straight, and said, all right, you want to play straight, let me put someone there behind you and let's play straight. He's going to toss it up. I think he's going to go for that off-stump line, especially with the one that we know he's got the other one coming in as well. So he's going to flirt with that off-stump line and then let Hleshile play the shots.
A little bit too straight, and Hleshile finding the fielder at mid-on. No singles taken there after what happened prior to lunch.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a conversation during lunch and saying, guys, it's in that 5-meter area. Let's go to the good old fashioned waiting. Wait on.
It's never yes or no. There's also wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Something our kids never understood. Well, they struggle to understand the word no.
Yeah.
But
end of that over, 74 for 4. After 23 overs, India A looking really good. Avesh Khan 2 for 13. Akashdeep Singh no wickets yet for 28 runs. Matthew Bretzke on 31. And he's been holding on and being the anchor of this innings for South Africa A.
Yes, opening up for SAA. He's seen 4 wickets on the other end falling, as we see a change in bowling as the big lanky Saini coming back into the attack.
Yes, Navdeep Saini, he's taken 1 wicket, that of Joshua Richards, and he's gone for 25 runs, conceded 4 fours. Was one of the looser Indian bowlers this morning, but managed to get a wicket. He is their guy. If you want a wicket, they throw the ball to him. Has a lot of experience, 31 years old, has played 2 tests for India, and he did those in Australia, so he's got a wealth of experience having come through. He's got 173 first-class wickets, Only played 62 first-class games in his career.
Yes, and doing it in Australia, he'll be used to these conditions, these pitches, that it's got a little bit more bounce. Oh, that one just taking off again. See Rickleton just having a quick look there. Oh, sorry, Breetska. Just having a quick look there at the deck and thinking, whoa, what did that come off?
And you can see what India are trying to do now. They want to this taller Navdeep Saini to try and if he can extract extra bounce. And it's the first sign of the extra bounce. They're bowling bumpers from this pavilion end with Akashdeep. But Akashdeep's more of a skiddier type of bowler, whereas you just got to go with someone who's a little bit taller, help it and see if it's going to bounce just a little bit more than what Breetska expects.
Oh, that one was a gift and he missed out on them. Breetska will feel a bit aggrieved. Full toss and could not pierce that offside gap.
Unlucky there for Breetska. You can see he's busy punching the air, disappointed in the fact that he missed out on a gift. I think to put it into context, he has half a second to recognize that it's a gift and to put it away. And a lot of cricket is reaction. You know, it's split-second reactions. And in that split second, you can make the wrong decision and get yourself out. And that's the fascinating thing about the game we love.
And it's also one of those that you don't expect. You expect the bumper, you expect the short ball, you expect the one back of a length, you might even expect the Yorker. But the full toss is something that normally you don't expect. And as coaches, we don't normally coach that a lot to say, listen, what are you going to do if this happens? And throw a ball at him hip height. And it is just an unexpected ball.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of the bad balls, as they call them, take wickets, because you're expecting a ball outside off stump. You're probably even expecting a bumper, and then you get a full toss. So it's a fascinating thing about cricket is.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you bend your back, you bowl the best deliveries, and then all of a sudden one slips out of the hand and you get a wicket with that, and you're thinking, why? Why do I do all this practicing bowling the good balls when I can just bowl that and take wickets?
Yes, it also speaks to preparation of the batter, right? If the batter is premeditating the types of shots, with the surprise ball, which is always the bad one, you'll find yourself in trouble, largely because you're halfway through the shot you're thinking you should play, which is why it's important to watch the ball come out the hand as much as possible.
Oh.
Just like that, but...
Oh, lovely to see, lovely to see. It's the second one that he's just hit that cover with, but the timing sounded spectacular off the bat.
Yes. The field cover was in the firing line, but I think luckily for India, he finds the fielder and he sees that fielder's in the right spot. I think Breetska's struggled to find the gap all day, and it's one of those situations where that's what this type of day is. You know, you are neither in or neither out. You can't say you're in. You just have to play every ball on its merit and hope that, you know, the next one is timing.
A bit of a drop and go to the offside with that cover. Maybe just Akshar Patel on his heels a little bit and drop and go. And Breetska just getting underway, just finishing up that over for us. It's 24 overs gone, 75 for the loss of 4 wickets. And it's Kusile on 3. And Matthew Breetska, 32 of 59, our lone ranger thus far.
He is our lone ranger, captain of the South Africa A side, top run scorer last year in the 4-day competition. Him and his partner from the Warriors down in Gqeberha will be looking to build on a big partnership. What the South Africa A team needs is a big partnership from this two to give them some sort of a platform. Unfortunately, I don't even think 100 runs would be enough. You'd need a mammoth 150, 200 run partnership to give yourself a chance. It might be a low scoring game. That we can say, but you need something. They need to just dig deep, these two.
And with him being the captain, he'll be thinking, what do I give my bowlers to bowl at? I agree with you. These two need to take it past 200 at least. I think the partnership should be. So that means batting for SAA. They must bat it as deep as possible into tomorrow even, and go as long as close to lunch as they possibly can.
So you wanna, obviously every coach would want to bat big and bat once, and then let your bowlers do the rest of the job.
And we've been speaking about the seam bowlers of India, but South Africa's got a couple of exciting seamers in their team as well. Dwayne Willowmoore being there. So there's a couple that would be eager in these conditions to bowl.
Look, you've got Bear Swanepoel, leading wicket taker this year in a 4-day series, leading wicket taker last year in the 4-day series. A person who's been unlikely to be overlooked, you would consider in the test match that's currently happening at Centurion. Obviously, Dwayne Willowmoore, we know what he's done. He's taken over 52 wickets. He's taken 59 wickets in test cricket and 15 tests. And also got Tsepo Marek, who's been an interesting find this last month.
He's been one of those that's kind of popped up all of a sudden this season. He's always been around, but it's been one of those consistent players. But okay, he's bowling well, but never looked at. And all of a sudden this season, something has just happened.
Yeah, he did move to the Lions from Western Province this year, but it was in that SAA game against West Indies where we all saw what type of in that series, what type of a bowler he is. He's that type of guy who actually does have the BMT and mentality. Talent-wise, may not be as talented as many, but he's a hard worker, he's a fighter, and he's not going to give up that easily.
And that's what you want. It's a lot of talk about BMT and those big match temperaments and who do you have that's going to change games is the one aspect that I feel that a guy like Marek might just have. He might just be the one guy that can change a game on its head, that you won't expect to do it, because you'll be, if you're looking at the Proteas, I look at the Kagisos, you look at the Nandres that's coming through now, Janssen, Nortje that's still injured. All of a sudden you have this guy that no one is expecting him to do it, but he's doing it. Same like Vernon Philander did when he came into the test arena.
Easy one down the leg side. Washington Sundar, the fielder, and it'll be just a single. First run off of Avesh Khan in 11 balls. How good he's been bowling so far to Matthew Bretzka.
His control has been immaculate. Even when he bowled to Ryan Rickleton around the wicket, he never looked out of control, never looked out of sorts. He is such a good bowler. And just looking at the setup of this Indian A side, knowing of the few guys that's not even in South Africa at the moment, IPL is going to be exciting.
Yes, and you've got guys like Avesh Khan who are knocking on the door of that test side. Oh, that is a beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's a bad ball, and it will be called for 4 byes down the leg side by umpire Brad White. Look, it's a great ball to a left-hander.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Kushile is not a left-hander at all.
That's those commentator curse that we spoke about his control, never looked out of sorts, and then all of a sudden he pushes one down leg side. I think my voice carries. I think you heard me. He said, hold on, I can bowl a bad ball as well. And 4 bonus runs for South Africa A there. It is 80 for the loss of 4 wickets after 25 overs. Saini continuing. Just trying to get that extra bounce, just moving his mid-wicket a little bit closer. And Akshar Patel just saying to him, hold on, I think I'm happy here. And what great it is for the youngsters to have guys like Akshar Patel around you, Washington Sundar that's been around, and Saini that's trying to break into that squad as well. Just the tips and the wealth of information you can get from these guys.
And I think that's the mix for this very experienced India A side.
Oh, big appeal. That one looked like it was just drifting down leg and maybe a tad high.
You said it both, down leg and a little bit high. Surprising, Matthew Betzka with a little bit of the pace. Look at that. Yes, jagging into that leg side, but also high as well. Navdeep Saini is in something. That's where you need to be. So I wouldn't be too disappointed by that. Really good shout. Get the chords going.
Just finding the inside part of the bat. You can see Saini just having a bit of a stare at the batter there, saying, come on, move that bat away a little bit more.
Look, I'd say, you know, look, I think you've got a field that could entice Matthew Betzka to free up his arms, and you know, just put one out there. That last LBW was it's still a little too high going down leg. Normally when you have two things to worry about, it's always not out in an umpire's world.
And they didn't look too aggrieved about the call.
Not really.
Oh, this one's showing down legs, flicked away, but that long leg comes around and only cuts it down to the one.
Yes, Betzka protecting that front pad, clearing it out, getting the ball down to fine leg. Bhavesh Khan getting some work, even though all he wants to do is lay in that posture at fine leg and drink his water.
Yeah, it's nothing worse for a fast bowler after you bowl a couple of overs, knowing you're bowling the next one, having a big chase around the boundary as well. That's when you remind your partner what the plan is. The captain doesn't have to do it.
Ringfield on the offside for Klashile. Point has now come into the ring.
Again, just straying on the leg. Kushile just dropping this one past square leg. And it's a lovely timing. That has gone for 4.
Yes, he set off very quickly as though he thought the ball would hold up, but it did not. Really good timing there for Klashile. Good to see that anything in and around the pads he's in the zone, and he's got that rhythm, and that ball just showing the great wealth of the drainage here at Willowmoore Park. Obviously yesterday it was the damp patches on the pitch that we had a problem with, not necessarily the outfield. And so, yeah, full value for runs there. 4 runs for Klashile.
Fantastic timing. Still hit. Great movement. And the answer is pretty simple. Just hitting that back of a length area and not straying on the legs. And as I mentioned, his positioning when he played the shot was absolutely sublime.
Yes, and you want obviously still head. You want everything in alignment. Not a lot falling over, and he did that really well when he played that. Long way to go in his career. He may feel that it has stalled from an international perspective, but if he continues to play the way he's played this season, it's not a long time for him. It's not a long way for him to get a call up, especially to New Zealand.
Yes. As you can see there, lovely shape, leaning into that one. And we spoke about the keepers that's available. Munsami, who's part of this group as well, is also a fantastic keeper. He plays for the Titans, and he scored an amazing century the other day.
Yes.
He scored 124 of 141 balls, turning a game that was going to an either Warriors win or a no result into a win for the Titans. One of the top 5 4-day games probably so far.
That 4-day game turned on its head on that final day, but Rivaldo Munsami, another wicketkeeper, he played for the Northern Cape Heat last year, one of the big run scorers last year in the 4-day series. The Titans called him back, a 2-day side, and he's scored 502 runs. He's the number 1 run scorer in the 4-day series with an average of 55, 200s, 250s. and he's unlucky to have missed out on this call up, but he is one definitely that the selectors are looking at. Just obviously unfortunate that he wasn't selected for this. He was selected as player 12 for this game. Akashdeep from the Ekurhuleni end now, just changing ends, and Bretska getting the single, easy, and a no ball. Just a vengeful ball there. He struggled that side with a no ball as well earlier on before lunch. So 2 runs to South Africa.
And it's short spells that we've noticed from the bowlers. Khan maybe getting the longest one of the seamers. And I think we're about 4 or 5 overs away from seeing spin introduced a bit more. Washington Sunda hasn't been bowled yet. That one just a bit wide. To see that extra movement, just a bit more of a slingy action. They're then trying to extract a bit more movement maybe.
Yes, and I think what the Indian A team is looking to do is to get that movement, entice Trishila outside that off stump, and maybe even Matthew Bretska. Bretska has been disciplined outside that off stump a lot, which is why they've now, whenever Bretska comes deep, point goes deep onto the boundary to give him that license to try, and if he wants to play for runs on the offside, he's got that vast expanse and maybe get an edge.
Much better line there. That's where you want to be every single ball from now on with the conditions, and it's difficult, and we've mentioned it earlier as well, that when you bowl at home and it's not conducive to bounce, not conducive to swing bowling, and it's very difficult to tour all of a sudden to South Africa or Australia, where pace is almost more explosive and more dangerous than your spinners are. So the lengths and the lines that you would bowl in the subcontinent pitches
Yes.
to here will be completely different.
Yes, largely because of the bounce, right? So it'll be actually a little bit shorter because obviously the ball's not going to bounce through as much as you would expect. Whereas here, you'd want to pull it a little bit more fuller and add a little bit more pace. And to a certain extent, that was the question for this Indian team, which is why they've gone for some of the pacier bowlers that they have here. Right, you've got Saini, who's fast. Akashdeep is also quite fast.
Oh, this one's flashed away through that slip cordon. 4 runs.
A really interesting shot, but a safe shot nonetheless. All Trishila need to make sure was to lift that ball over that slip cordon, and he did that really well for 4. If you look at that replay here, short ball from Akashdeep, and Trishila with those wrists just managing to get it over that slip cordon. Really good shot from him.
Yeah, and it's one thing that we mentioned earlier as well. If you're going to bowl wide, all you need is just to make sure it doesn't go to hand. If you flash hard, any sort of proper bat will take it into the fence, because there's no protection on the offside whatsoever. They only have the long leg out on the leg side. Oh, lovely shot once again through mid-wicket. That side has been slowing down. This one won't. 4 runs once again. Trishila on a rampage. 2 in 2.
An overcorrection from Akashdeep Singh. This time he went full that middle stump, and Trishila said, "No, that's where I want you to bowl in the first place." And he put that really nicely to that deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
It is the second one that he has played off his legs with precision.
And that's where you don't want to bowl to Trishila. Just don't bowl to his legs. He likes that leg side. He likes you bowling to him on that leg side. And that last ball was an overcorrection. First one, short and wide. Next one, full and straight. What's this one going to be?
There we go, much better. And that ball just stayed low at the tad.
That's an inside edge onto the boots of Trishila. And that is the end of the over. That brings lunch. No, not lunch. Drinks break. We've just had lunch. at 95 for 4. Bretska on 35. Treshile on 15. This partnership is currently worth 25 as South Africa A do a rebuilding job.
Fantastic job thus far. It is 95 for 4, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time to retake this fantastic match.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park. It is the drinks break on day 2 after lunch, so just had an hour after lunch. And we had about 2 hours worth of play so far today. 95 for 4 South Africa AR. Navdeep Saini to resume to Matthew Bretska, who's on 35. 2 slips, gully, deep point, cover, extra cover. And that's on the offside, and he finds the fielder at deep point for a single. On the leg side, 3 men on the leg side for Bretska. That's not going to change for Klashile. I've got Wayne here with me. My name is Mpo. Wayne, so okay, look like they're in a bit of a hole, but these two have batted together many times, and they know each other. They know each other's rhythms. They can call each other with their eyes. They need to put down a partnership that's going to keep SAA in the game.
We've already laid the foundations for that partnership. 36 balls they've faced so far, the pair of them. But what's been most encouraging is the defense of Snitema Kashile to start.
Very much so. I think Kashile has batted really well so far.
Ooh.
That's one rising off a length. They're asking for an appeal. Been caught behind. Kashile whole shouldering arms. There.
Yeah, the keeper Drift Joel seemed to be man on an island on his own, just going out for that. As we watched that replay, just back of a length, and it just carried to just about chest height there.
Kashile is not the tallest of men, so just surprisingly that bounced off a length.
Yes, indeed. He's looked like he wants to come in and defend. He's not going to be bogged down by defending too often, so that's exactly what South Africa need now.
Right on the money, squaring him up there, going to point. And so, but you'd need these two to just dig deep, get South Africa a platform. You don't want to be cheaply blown away. Obviously, you've got the all-rounders after this, Bear Swanepoel, Bjorn Fortuin, and both can bat. Both have shown, even in this season, that they can bat really well. Bjorn Fortuin has scored 100 already this year, and Bear Swanepoel has a high score of 65, and it's quite an interesting with the bat as well, right? Top run scorer, but also can down the leg side. No drama there. With Bear Swanepoel can give you an interesting option for the Proteas going forward. Top wicket taker in 4-day series, but also very handy with the bat and could possibly even bat as a number 7. With currently this year his average from a batting perspective is a 28. Even in first class cricket he's got an average of 28 at close to 1,000 runs. So there's a lot to look forward to if you're a South African cricket fan in the longer format, even though there aren't that many games.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to see him bat now.
Never know. Outside the off stump, Kashile letting that go through, putting in that big stride of his, and the ball goes out to Jurel.
Yeah, Bears, he's not just a handy batter, but he's an oak who has saved his team a couple of times this season with the bat in hand.
Yes, he has. He's put in some really good contributions. I can't get over that One Day Cup match at the Wanderers, where I think the Warriors were nothing for 5. And obviously Patrick Kruger scoring that massive 100, but Bear Swanepoel, once the partnership broke, he then stuck on until the end to take his team home, which is something that you want from your low order batsman.
Yes, as Saini strays into the pass there, it's flipped around the corner, and they will get a single to complete that over. So they just get the couple off it. It's 97 for 4. That's 28 on the board. And the very next match from Bear Swanepoel, in the very next match with Tristan Stubbs this time, he would put on another 60-yard with the bat.
Yes.
So he's a man who is looking to maybe take over that all-rounder spot in the South African national team.
Look, it's an interesting question, right? What average do you want your all-rounder batting at number 7 in red ball cricket to have? Is it 30? Is it 35? I'm more leaning towards a 30, and which is to a certain extent where Marco Jansen is right now in the start of his international career. I think the question for everyone around Marco is whether his confidence is shot after the World Cup. Akashdeep Singh resuming again from the Guruleni end, getting that shape away from the right-hander, and I think that's what the Indians are looking for from that end. Just to keep that ball swinging as much as possible, for as long as possible, in these conditions. Still very overcast.
A bit of a breeze as well, but the ground should help the swing conditions.
Yes, and that's what you're hoping for, and I think that's why he's coming from the Kuruleni end. Didn't get much joy from the Pavilion end, but he's been very economical. Not a lot of wickets, but he's gone for 38 runs in his 10.2 overs.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled too many freebies, hasn't bowled too many boundary balls, especially after lunch. So that's a very good sign from him to just keep the batters quiet and get himself in the game.
And this game for him is just to keep putting it in the right areas, and he will get joy sometime. That's another one, little bit of bounce off the deck, but that shape is still there, and that's what you need to do.
There's plenty of cricket on the go here in South Africa. This day in particular, we've got a 4-day game going on in Western Province. So Western Province, 5th place on the 4-day log, take on currently the bottom side in the competition. Province currently 211 for 4 in 50 overs in that game. So they're betting on a pretty decent clip too there. Watching a couple of their players in international action. Verena, David Bellingham.
Yeah, they've just gotten a batting point right now.
But backyard, this one comes off the bat. See what the umpire says. It's getting confirmation. No, that came off the thigh pad and races to the fence for 4.
Yes, 4 leg buys. You can see what the Indians are trying to do. There is that ploy that you just have one slip down the leg side and see if the Sheila might just get an edge there with the quicker one that skids on. But Jarrell, as much as he tried, couldn't get to that ball. And it'll be 4 buys. The extras are piling on now. If India have 10 extras to this innings, in South Africa get to 101 for 4s. That's the first milestone for this South African side. 101 for 4. This partnership is now up to 31.
Yeah, the run rates hasn't been a problem at all at any point in this day. So it's that wicket column that South Africa need to pay just extra attention to. Deep, goes straight yet again. Yeah, a bit of hesitation there, but all's well that ends well.
It's an interesting ploy with that, right? You're looking to push the ball down the leg side, but you've got no short leg, and you're looking to get a feather to the keeper. I'd take one player. I'd take probably one of the guys on the offside, maybe even that field that extra cover, and put him at short leg, and tell the Sheila that it's either we're going to bowl straight now.
Oh, it almost worked on that occasion as it rushed the Sheila a bit. We popped up in the air, but fell well strong on Washington Sundar at mid wicket. Single, and they get through the over.
You need a catcher in there. You need another catch on the leg side. You can't look, as much as that was a little bit of dramatic, it was still a very safe shot for Sheila. You kind of need to remind him that we're going to bowl there, we're going to put someone in there, maybe even have a 5-4 field with 2 slips, take out that gully and put him in that at short leg and see what might happen, you know. And because if you want to go down that leg side, you can. As we see the clouds, the dark clouds in the on the Guhuleni end, they haven't moved much. They're not threatening us as much. They're just hovering.
Yeah, they are making it a tad chilly, but otherwise they're just here for ambience.
For the ambience. Saini to resume from the pavilion end. 2 slips, gully. You've got the 3 ring fielders at point cover and extra cover. And you've got mid wicket as well as deep square leg now, and also fine leg. Might be some chin music coming up.
Yeah, interesting that deep square leg is in front of square, not just in front of square, but well in front of square as well.
This one's full and straight, defended out by Kashile. Then second slip goes out, asking for a helmet.
Yes, indeed.
So we are going into the bumper season. Oh no, actually it's just a substitution. Sai Sudarshan has Kamo for a couple of balls. Second slip still remains. You see, Manov Sutar is the substitute fielder coming on.
He's a youngster enough. He's one of those kids who would have probably wanted to get into this team.
And the ball also had some running repairs from umpire Mogorosi. Another one in that channel, two in that channel. Is he setting up the Chile, bringing him forward? Is there going to be a surprise one that's a little short and a little pulled? That might bring in those fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, interesting. Very square fine leg in front of square leg fielder. So currently he's double bluffed a couple of times. Has Navdeep Saini. You're expecting to see one of those bumpers.
I love the term double bluff because that means you bluffed twice and you ended up getting back to the surprise
Original
ball.
plan, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, that one off a length. Nearly taking the shoulder of the bat for Treshile. Saini walking back with a little bit more confidence. Here we go. There's a little bit of extra bounce there.
Yeah, just seemed to straighten off the seam just a little bit, not too much. Just got off the seam, straightened off, and just beating the outside edge. Oh, Kushile, happy that one that didn't touch his bat. You could see the agony in the skipper Eswaran's face. He could not believe that one. Did
Really?
not feather through to the
So
keeper.
3 good balls in this over.
Yeah.
Very good balls. 3 dot balls.
So do we see the bumper now then?
Well, let's find out. Saini 2. Treshile.
Oh.
That one went straight for the gloves. And Treshile had to let go of the bottom hand. And think he might be in some discomfort.
Yeah, it looks like he is. Looks like he is just trying to walk it off.
Shake
See
it
if-
out.
Shake it out as well. But yeah, no. It's seemingly they will need a physio to come in, no? Maybe? Maybe just a chat from skipper Matthew Breska. That'll make him feel better. By the way, you were right. The fielder was going to get helmet on the side of the field as the second slip fielder Sai Surathan. There he is. He's got pads underneath them. He's got a helmet. So at the end of the next over, we do expect to see some switching music.
Be interesting to see what the plan is once Sai comes back on. Down the leg side, that came, leg buys again to the boundary as umpire Mokorosi lets that go through. I think Sinatemba is letting him know that actually I got something on that.
Yeah, I thought he got a little bit of bat on it, but poor ball nonetheless. Angled in down the leg
Yeah,
side.
massive deviation from there. But anyway, 4 extras, 2 of the total score goes up to 106.
106, partnership up to 38 now. 55 balls between the pair of them. So they are starting to get comfortable. I mean, both of these batters do play for the Dufferbed Warriors, so they are guys who will tend to play together a lot, not so much maybe batting together. But bringing that chemistry here into this SAA batting lineup and the stability that this team has needed this afternoon.
That one died as it went past the bat. That one went really low. Another sign of some variable bounce. A little bit of inconsistent bounce there. But end of the over, it's 106 for 4.
Yeah, another look at the replay. I was speaking with Kurt earlier that seems like the fuller you go, that the less bounce you tend to get. This one jacked back quite a bit, and it also kept very low. Not great signs for any batting team, but especially ones that want to bat last on this wicket.
Look, it gives you an indication of the pitch being undercover, sweating a little bit more, not being able to harden as much, and therefore the consistency is not there. We're going to get a bowling change as Akshar Patel is going to resume. He's already bowled 2 overs for 8 runs, didn't take any wickets. We're hoping to now, this is the start of probably the spin part of this innings, where I'm assuming Washington Sundar also might get a bit of a run, but Akshar coming in, right arm off break. He has taken 50 wickets in international cricket in 12 tests.
Yeah,
Test wickets.
Is probably your number 1 cover for Ravi Jadeja.
Yes, most definitely. Full one to start off with here from the Guruleni end. Previously, he was bowling from the pavilion end, stops and 1. Short leg, forward short leg. And a slip.
Back to back. So yeah, the man under short leg. I think probably the reason why Akshar is probably bowling from that end as well, and why they've got a short leg in, is the amount of bounce that's been coming from that side. I think they're thinking the height from Akshar Patel, they could exploit that.
It's just he wanted to go into Britska and have him play off his pads. This one he played very late, smothering the bounce.
Yeah, word on Matthew Breska. He's quietly got himself to 36 of 71, yeah.
Yeah, fighting innings so far from him in tough conditions. And he goes over the top, trying to go over the top, but he finds Washington Sundar at point, and Matthew Bretzker's fighting innings comes to an end of 36, a quarter point. He thought he could find the gap, but he went a little bit squarer, and Washington Sundar said, "Thank you very much. Christmas was 3 days ago, but I'll take gifts as well today."
Yeah, hands and heads in the comms box. Commentators curse a bit of width. First chance for him to drive the off spinner, but that one is in the air, straight into the hands of Washington Sundar, and he is happy to open his hands and grab that. So that is Breska, gone for 36. He was in there for 146 minutes. 30 overs gone, 5 for 1 of 6.
Disastrous situation for South Africa as their captain, South Africa A as their captain goes back. Akshar Patel gets his first wicket now, and this Indian team is starting to see that they are now in a bit of the ascendancy, with the first of the lower order coming in, the first of the all-rounders, Bayers Swanepoel. He wouldn't have faced this high-quality spin bowling, so that's going to be a very interesting situation. As you see, for all those who are asking about Rivaldo Munsami in the YouTube comments, he was the 12th man providing the drinks there. Just a little aside there as Bear Swanepoel comes in. He has 973 first-class runs at an average of 28.61. This season, he scored 202 first-class runs with a high score of 65 and an average of 28.55. And just to let you know, his exploits are with the ball. He's the number 1 wicket taker this season in the 4-day series, and was the number 1 wicket taker last year in the 4-day series. He took 33 wickets last year at an average of 16, and this year he's taken 24 wickets at an average of 17. This man is test match bound. He won't be in New Zealand because Dale Steyn decided with the last pick for the Sunrisers at the last auction for the SA20 that, hey, he needs him too. Akshar to Bear Swanepoel, first one. Good to see that defense came a little bit forward, which is something that maybe Akshar might want to play with. Just drag the length a little bit and maybe bring in that short leg.
Well, he is aiming for that leg stump, is Akshar Patel, so clearly that's the ploy. But it's a couple of dot balls to... 3 dot balls, beg your pardon, to Bear Swanepoel to end off the over. It's 106 for 5. And the reason he's in there is a little bit of width from Akshar Patel, and Matthew Breska's eyes got big.
They got big indeed, and he found point fielder very well and very smartly. And so now India looking good with South Africa, 106 for 5.
So yet again, they have to find a partnership to the South Africans. Kashile, 17 of 39, he's going to need somebody to stick around with him. And primary goal becomes getting yourselves to the tea interval now for South Africa, this pair in particular.
Yes, and you need small wins as you go along and small targets, and getting to T is the important one. As Saini comes in to Glashile from the pavilion end. And again, with the ploy with this Indian side, and the plan is to bowl a lot straighter to Glashile, and that inducing the defense from him. It's just about surviving. You've got 30 minutes. T is at 10 past 3, about 30 minutes, 32 minutes to be exact, until T. And this pair is going to have to try and survive to get there, Wayne. India have already taken 2 wickets. They want a third to have the session in their favour. If you win more sessions, you tend to win the game. It is a shortened game, and you want to make early inroads. You need a shortened innings in order for you to try and complete the game. Short ball for Tashile, just like what we're talking about with that man at deep square. He mistimed that one.
Yeah, late on that one, I think it just got stuck in the surface a little bit after it bounced. So it was well through his shot when the ball got to him. So interesting that short ball. Well, we didn't see it the whole of the last over. He finally brings it to the play now. And seemingly they're going to continue with their play of bowling leg side-ish with only 3 leg side fielders to Sina Kashile.
Yes, you can't bowl full here. It has to be slightly short and straight. You can't bowl full and straight. He'll pick you off on the leg side.
Yeah, just the one fielder on the leg side in front of square. So
just middle and off. Just middle and off.
Ooh, goes length that time. Kashile might have been tempted to drive at that, but he let it go through to the keeper. And you're not going to get too many balls to hit through the cover region. I might have gone for that myself.
So my ploy as a captain would be Sai Sudarshan, who's currently catching cover.
Yeah.
I'd want him to go into third slip, leave that area open, and bowl that line outside off stump, giving the Shile that license to free his arms, knowing that he's got those catches behind. So I'd go with 3 slips right now and take that fielder out of cover.
Well, just the 2 for India. Let's see if that works for them. Oh, fallen straight. But it's hit straight down to Avesh Khan. He had Miran for a single.
Yeah.
No double, big pardon.
That one was a block hole ball, well disguised, and Kashile picked that up really, really nicely.
And Navdi Saini spoke about him being a stock bowler. He's been exactly that. 5 out of the 6 balls are more or less in that same region, asking the batter to play at the ball.
Yes, and he's. I think what's what I've enjoyed about the Indian bowling performance today is they haven't given the South Africans too many bad balls, and they've been very accurate. They've been bowling to the plan, very disciplined.
Oh, that one turn keeps a little bit low, as Kashila will show you with his hand there. Just back of the length. Kashila rocked onto the back foot, but he had to drop his bat low to fend that one off. 2 pace wickets.
Yes, it is 2 pace, and Kashila has recognized that it is bouncing low, and the Indians have as well, and which is why they're going to keep bowling on that off stump line. They'll have one that just keeps low and jags back in and misses the defense, and see the LBW or bowled, and that's what Saini's trying to do at this point in time, is to give Kashila that test, right, and to see whether he's going to get frustrated and try and do something different. Who's going to blink first? So far, none of them have.
Biggest splash of sun comes out as that one goes straight. His turn around the hip. They look for 2. They won't get it. Just the single. And it concludes the 32nd. Just the one from it.
Yes, and I think for these 2, it's just to rotate the strike as much as possible. You can't be harvesting the strike as the senior batter in Kashile. You gotta give Bear Swanepoel the opportunity to face this Indian bowling and to rotate as much as possible. This ground is large. There's runs for you to get regardless of what's happening on the deck in front of you, right? And it's just being able to maneuver the field and look for the gaps. And that's what the South African batters all who had starts have started doing, and then got out to either good balls or just some really bad shots. So it's just disappointing that this South African A team gets starts, but they're not necessarily converting. Right now, Kashila's on 18. The Brains Trust will be hoping that he goes on and converts with the help of Bear Swanepoel on the other end.
Akshar continues, round the wickets, round arm action, and that one is into the pads, fended off with a dot ball. So yeah, Kashila does find the strike at the end of that last over, against your better judgment.
Oof. That's a good one. Nearly went through because Sheila played it very late, and whenever you play it late, the spinners feel as though they're in the business.
But also probably the way they should play the spinners is play it as late as possible, because they tend to do some special stuff.
Easy one. Sai Sudarshan coming into play there at short leg. It's big test.
Yeah, big test indeed for the batters here. It's all about concentration. It is all about just being in your bracket and not really being bothered by what's going on around. The scoreboard might not be moving as frequently as you wanted to.
Oh, Sheila with some dance moves there coming down the wicket, looking to smother the spin. He's been on a few spin camps with South Africa in the off-season. A lot of the players taking a few of their players to India to play some games of cricket and, learn. Oh, that nearly brought Sai Sudarshan in there. It's a tough take for him. It would have been an incredible take had he got it, but just a reminder to Tashila that the short leg is there. He's there indeed. End of the over, 107 for 5. As I was saying, Tashila's been part of a lot of the spin camps where they take a group of South African emerging players to India. And they play a couple of games there, get to learn how to bat against spin. And also some of our spin bowlers go there to learn to hone in on their craft. And so Tashila's been there. He's seen it. The person who hasn't been there is Bear Swanepoel. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to navigate this high quality spin attack that this India A has. So too with this high quality fast bowling attack. The one frustration I've always had is with the Protea bowlers not being able to play a lot of 4-day cricket, our batters don't get to bat against quality fast bowling. Well, Bears can't bat against himself. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes about everything today. And so far, he's done okay.
Yeah, we were speaking about that open spot in the all-rounder section in the Proteas national team. And I mean, the best way to show yourself is to play against the best. And they're playing against some of the best. You have to say, I mean,
3 slips, gully, India on the attack.
Yes, indeed. This one, shaping away from the batter. It's starting to get away movements from the left-hander as well.
7-2 offside field. Abhimanyu Iswaran is looking to get the back of to see the back of Bear Swanepoel with some very attacking bowling in these last 25 minutes until tea. 1 wicket or even 2 would be great. 1 would be really good right now for India. They're already taken 2 in this session.
Going to be against Bears. We're going to keep it on that 4th, 5th stump line.
Just get him driving. Driving on the highway. Just be careful when you drive. You just might get nicked, get caught.
Yeah, the old one that you hear in kindergarten, don't drive without a license.
Well, India giving Bears that license to drive. The only problem is
It's earned it.
that's the question.
So you have 3 slips and a gully and a backward point as well. So 5 fielders behind square on the offside.
Oh, and he finds the gap between backward point and gully all the way to the boundary. Played that very late. Played that with soft hands. Bears Swanepoel looking good for 4.
Yeah, playing like a man who's in form, just picking up the form he's in this season. And there he is, Sisani. That's when it's swinging away from him. Doesn't need to do much. Just open the face, let it run off, and race to the fence for 4.
Yes, risk and reward. And India wouldn't be too worried about that. You want him playing balls outside that off stump and playing that. Now backward point's now gone to being deep point.
And gone straighter as well.
And Saini's coming around the wicket now. He's over the wicket as a right-hander to the left-hander. Now he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, closing that angle a bit, hoping for one to straighten and probably bring in Safraz at first slip.
Catch.
And he does.
Gone.
Oh, he drops him.
So France gone. Occasional wicketkeeper, part-time wicketkeeper, and that was an easy regulation chance. And to his left, he's put it down.
Saini got that one to straighten, brought Safraz in, and all that happened was it went in and it just went out. Really good ball from Saini here. And Swanepoel couldn't let go of that one. It was juicy, but Safraz giving him a lifeline. Not a lot has gone South Africa's way today. One of the first few things that I've had. So hopefully this one could be a costly one. That's what the SAA will be hoping for. India would want to fix that mistake or fix that error as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so France is not going to want to watch that replay again. His regulation, his chest height. Maybe what saves Ben Swanepoel is that he goes hard at it.
And went hard at that one and finds Iswaran, the captain, at cover. No run.
Yeah, second line for Bears.
Wearing the number 8 of Dale Steyn. Possibly his idol.
Oh, he's bowled like Dale Steyn this season so far.
And in the SA20, he will be his bowling coach. So, it'll be fun to see if he gets a lot of game time. Look at that drop again. Just went in and went out. Just sometimes it felt like it was one of those drops where he thought he had caught it before it actually came into the hands. Another wide one, and Bear Swanepoel probably being reminded by Kashila not to play at that, and he decides not to do so. An entertaining over, 4 and a drop out of that over. South Africa on Nelson, 1-1-1 for 5.
1-1-1 for 5 after 34. It's nearly successful over there for India. But they have to recalibrate, hopefully take the next catch that goes up in the air. But for now, Bear Swanepoel has a second life, and Kashila will just be saying to him there, if it's wide outside the off stump, leave it alone.
Look, he has the technique, and you got to trust your instincts, right? And I think Bear Swanepoel has shown so far in his short time here that he's handy batter, and he has earned the right to be batting at number 7 for SAA, and he's got to trust his instincts. You can't. I don't think it would be fair for Tashila to be shepherding him at this point in time so early in the match.
Yeah, but it is one of those wickets where you gotta buckle down. You gotta work really, really hard. And I'm not sure from a Bear Swanepoel standpoint if that's something, a gear that he would have had to click into all too often.
Akshar Patel, easy single from Tashila. I think that's what he was looking for, to just get Bear Swanepoel on strike. I mean, this is something we should all be watching. I don't think Bears has faced a lot of high quality spin, and so it'll be interesting to see if that technique holds up against this. First one, a forward defense. Get another fielder underneath the helmet on the offside, if I'm Akshar.
Slightly quicker one there.
It's too full. It's too full.
Too straight.
Too full. You gotta give the ball the opportunity to do something off the deck.
especially on a bouncy wicket like this. It's full and straight yet again. Bears Swanepoel happy to just fend that off, get over the
Okay.
ball.
That's the plan. We're darting it in. Last ball of the over. This one definitely is going to be a little short. And it is. It goes past the hands of Sai Sudarshan. And they'll run through for a single. I think Akshar Patel has got something here. It's going to be quite interesting to see if he gets another batter under the helmet, under the lid, in the next over. 113 for 5 after 34 overs.
Yeah, man has been running onto the field, being the unsung hero for the Indian side, especially with Navdeep Saini bowling, I think the 7th over of his spell now. So he's been ongoing and now helping the umpires too. As the sun has come out, Thomas Makoras is feeling a little bit warm.
Sunshine. It's a really beautiful day in Benoni. Benoni.
This place has had a lot of cricket. In December, Africa T20 Cup took place here. 2 women's international matches took place here.
And it's going to host the final of the Under-19 World Cup.
Yes, indeed. On top of the SAA game that we're having here. So, lovely place to be. Lovely place to have a lot of cricket.
Saini resuming with the plan from the previous over at the pavilion end. 3 slips and a gully. Gets one to come in. First one. He knows he's got that one that straightens. He's seen it, right? So just get him to play, get him to play, get him to play. Get the batsman feeling and getting into routine as though that's what's going to happen. And then surprise him with the one that holds its line. And that will bring in Safraz again.
Yeah, this time, Safraz says, this time I'm catching it, but so more of the same from Navdeep Saini here.
They're onto something, and I think this pair partnership of Patel and Saini are on. I think they're figuring out these two really, really well, especially Bear Swanepoel, and they want as many balls at him as possible. Cut! But that's only going to be for a single. India recognizing Bear Swanepoel's prowess on the offside, giving themselves a little bit of protection should he get that, should he play at a wide one and get through the gap and that attacking field. So a single has been taken, 1-1-4 for 5.
Yeah, Navdeep Saini doesn't want to get into a habit of bowling too short to Bear Swanepoel, because that is where Bear Swanepoel will strive and will tend to hit him, especially square off the wicket on the offside. So back to our 2 deep fielders for the right-hander Kashile, deep backward of square, and very square fine leg. Saini, bring the switch in music.
Oh, that's up in the air, but it will go through that gap past Gully to that field at deep point. He's going to come collected around the boundary. Little bobble up with a bit of that extra bounce, just getting the ball off the bat as a little bit airborne than Lashile wanted. That is 116 for 5 after those 2 runs. Again, another batter in the top 6 of South Africa A getting a start. Can they capitalize on it? And that's the question, and that's the theme of SAA today, is the lack of capitalization of those good starts. Hamza on 20 out. Josh Richards looked good for his 13.
Brett's got on 20.
Brett's
on 36.
on 36. Ryan Rickleton got a good one. He struggled to get going.
Oh,
Straight back to the bowler and past the bowler. Oh.
2 from 2 there from Navdeep Saini now, where he's got Kashila playing aerial.
Yes, and it's stopping on Klishile. And that's why we're getting the ball to squeeze out higher than what was expected.
Oh man, he has bowled so well. Has
The only
Navdeep
question for
Saini,
me
eh?
with Navdeep is I was the captain and stick an arm out.
Yeah,
Stick a hand out.
Yeah, and as a right-arm bowler, your body will take you that way from your follow-through from the bowling. So yeah, he would have been falling towards the ball there. But I mean, it's a tough chance every time it's coming back at you as a bowler.
You take all the catches you don't try. Another one outside the off stump, let go through. No, you don't take all the catches you don't try taking. So you gotta try something, gotta attempt and see if you can't
grab one.
Yeah, definitely. Nafti Psani, 11.5 overs, 1 for 41. He's bowled better than that, hasn't he?
So he's missing a short ball.
Well, let's see if he is listening to the commentary right now and he goes for that. But he does have the protection down there in the deep with those two fielders backward and squaring on the leg side. But the spell, especially in this spell, he's gotten longer to his spell. He's found a way to bolt down the batters. He's kept them quiet. He's created an opportunity. Deserves better figures than he has right now. This one is 2-4. It's a half volley, and it's Izzy Pickings outside of fourth stump through the covers.
Great from Snatemba Kashila. That was full. That was too wide. It was asking to be hit. And those covers are well open because they are enticing him to play through there. And he played that really well past that fielder who is more extra cover than conventional, and really good 4 runs.
That concludes the over as well. It's 120 for 5. It's 36 overs for South Africa. It's a decent score, but 5 wickets down. It's not too flattering.
Like being 120 for 5 at the start of a 4-day game is something a coach's nightmare. Unless that's when you're hoping your number 7, your all rounder, like saves you with a big partnership. But let's see if South Africa can bounce back. India have full control of this game right now.
They do indeed. Akshar Patel continues. Ball straight. Probably the length he needs to stay at that. Is Akshar Patel.
Again with the darts. Just full and quick. Swani dragged back a little bit, and Bear Swanepoel playing it off the back foot, just outside that off stump line.
There's 11 minutes to tea.
Oh, that one nearly went through, but fielded by that fielder on the leg side, leg gully, or yeah.
45 almost.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that one seemed to be just a little bit quicker as well. And again, this time on the offside, back foot with Ben Swanepoel. Happy to fend that off. Trying to see if they can get through this 10-minute period, get themselves to at least tea break. South Africa, only 5 down. This one seemed to turn sharply that time from Akshar.
Yes, still too quick.
Just needs a little bit more air on that. Also 5 dots, let's come rapidly. And we'll conclude with a 4 straight one for a maiden. Not too eventful that one, still 120 for 5.
Setting him up. My only question is, what the Indians, what Akshay is trying to say is, if you want to play a positive shot to me and try and get off for runs, that's the risky shot. And so, in effect, forcing Bears to block consistently all the time. If he then decides, like what Britska tried to do, and play a little bit more of an expansive shot, he's got those bowlers. But I do think Akshay has a little bit more in him to cause Bears trouble. But we're here to see another bowling change. Number 5, Washington Sundar, right arm off spinner. If you thought someone looked like Jadeja, Akshay is the replacement to Jadeja. This man is the replacement to Ravi Ashwin, who seemingly has found the fountain of youth. Washington Sundar has played 4 tests for India, and he's taken 6 wickets. I think all those tests were away from home, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how he does. He's 24 years of age, looking to break into that Indian side that is in a bit of a transition. They're looking to find a way to let go of the old guard, bring in the new guard without too much disruption. I'm just waiting for umpire Brad White, who's running across your screen right now, scampering to point instead of square leg.
Couple of the square leg, short leg fielder in his way.
Catch it! And missed by that short leg, who is a lot squarer. than what you...
signal leg bars though.
Yes, it is a leg bye, but now we're seeing what Washington Sundar can bring.
Yeah, quick turn, big bounce. First ball, in terms of first ball goes, that's a very scary one from an SAA perspective.
Yes. Especially with 8 minutes to go to tea.
Yeah, Washington, 51 first class wickets, but he's much more known for his 31 T20 wickets. He's a very, very handy T20 player with both bat and ball in hand.
Mm-hmm. Bears to face. Missing his mark there is Sundar.
Like his action, it's a quick action. It's one of those where as a batter you do have to focus up a little bit.
Bears looking to give himself a little bit of room, finds that fielder at the 45 in the ring. He's worked a lot on his action from the moment he started. In 2017 when he replaced Ashwin in the IPL, he had a slightly slower action, so he'd arrive at the crease and then bring his hips and his body through as he bowled, but this time is a little bit more fluid. Short leg has now become second slip.
That's where he needs to bowl. It's a good ball from Washington. That's the region where a left-hander could just miss one going straight, or just get a little bit of feather on it if it turns a little bit more.
They're playing for the edge here. Really are playing for the edge.
Would be the case with two slips.
Cuts it again, straight to that fielder. In the ring, 45 on the offside. 121 for 5. Last ball in Washington Sundar's over. Short, gives it time to turn. Doesn't turn much as that ball finds that fielder at 45. He's going to be busy today. End of that over. 121 for 5.
Yeah, it's funny that you use Ashwin as an example for somebody like a Washington Sundar. Well, they play for the same state in the Ranji Trophy, so probably rubbing shoulders with that man, just picking his brain as to how he goes about first-class cricket.
I find him to be very quick in terms of the speed with which the ball comes out. He's bowling at about between 90 and 100 kilometers per hour, which in my estimation is a little bit too fast here for South Africa. I've got to try vary the pace a little bit, and that's going to be quite interesting to see. So too with this man, Akshar Patel. Gashila coming down the wicket to meet the ball at its to meet the ball earlier.
It's only the second time we've seen a batter use their feet to one of these off spinners. The other time being Kashila as well.
Ooh, that one got a little bit more bounce, but straight to the field on the offside. One slip, short leg.
Keeps a tad low, that's that one. Keeping the batter honest here. Kashila cannot afford a ball off on this wicket. One is bouncing as much as the last one did, and this one keeping low. Goes again!
Oh, gets the edge and goes past Sarfaraz Khan first slip. He came down, it hit him on the pad, and it went past Sarfaraz, but another heart in the mouth, another ooh and ah moment for India. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, he went down the wicket, looked to get there with the bat, and fortunately just kept straight with the arm, came off the pad. Not a shot for an LBW though. Maybe just because he had advanced down the wicket. But it's trouble for South Africa already.
It was quite interesting that Tashila missed that, and it's it's as bad as nightmare when you miss that ball because you just know.
Yeah, very fortunate for him that it actually did hit his pad. Otherwise, Jural would have had a chance to take off the bounce.
Down the leg side, just a single off of that over. Akshar Patel finishes that one, 122 for 5 after 39 overs.
In the last 6 minutes, 3 full overs have been completed. It's what you get with not just the spinners bowling, but these two spinners in particular.
No, it's the spin twins, the tandem.
Yeah,
That's what
they-
you want.
They are rushing through the overs.
Yeah, you gotta not give them too much. Can't give the batters too much time to think, to settle. So it's a way to create urgency in the game and pressure, right? In a game that's timeless, right? And it's a one weapon that India have always had to be able to do that. We've got two fielders out in the deep on the leg side, mid wicket, as well as a fine leg for the sweep. That LBW appeal as Lashile swipes across the line and misses everything, but what I can tell you, that is high.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit too high. Back of the hand from Washington Sundar there. Oh, it was the back of the hand. Googly, was that what happened there? Washington Sundar. They're starting to come with the fancy stuff.
Oh, he's got his bag there. He's got his bag of tricks, reaching deep inside it.
Oh, this is what has made him a very successful bowler in the T20 format, why he has played almost 200 T20 matches at the age of 24. There's a
Sweep.
deep shot.
In the air, and one bounce, four from off the bat of the Chile.
It's a trademark South African shot to get yourself out of pressure with the spinners. Probably the reason why they have the man fielding down there in the deep. It came off the top edge, and he was in business for about 0.3 tenths of a second, but that one races to the fence for 4.
Not worried about that if I'm Sundar. Quick single has been taken, and South Africa go to 127 for 5.
Yeah, just going back to what you just said. Yeah, if I'm Washington Sundar, I'm not too discouraged by that. If anything, I want to see more of the same.
Yes, and it is a top edge. You can go anywhere. This one just was a little bit more meteor, coming off the meteor part of that top edge.
Back to the lefty now. Who Washington would want to pull the bulk of his deliveries to.
One more ball.
Oh, that's one. Seemingly going with the arm. It is a dot ball to conclude the 40th over. It's 5 for 127. And it is 10 minutes past 3. It is going to be tea time here at Willowmoore Park in Benoni. As I hear from my right, lots of people clapping their hands here. The Proteas entrance skipper for the game for the day, Dean Alga, gets to 100. It is not as good for the SAA side here at Willowmoore Park. 127 for 5 from Paul.
Yes, 127 for 5. They've lost 2 wickets in this session. India will be a lot more pleased with where they are at this point in time. Wickets of Breetska as well as Rickleton, which are very key. And now the rebuild continues for South Africa A. We'll be bringing that to you in 20 minutes' time at 3:30. Please do join us then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is session number 3, day number 2 of the second match between the India A and the South African A team. Yeah, both these teams losing out on 4 days play yesterday, but we are underway and we have managed to get 40 overs in the piece so far, 127 for 5. Sine Kashile on 30 of 66, joined by Bayer Swanepoel on 6. Akshay Patel and Washington Sundar were in operation just before the tea break, but we're just about to get underway as the Indians walk into the middle. Alongside me is Gert.
Hi there, and yeah, what an interesting session that was. We started off a bit slow after the 2 wickets that fell just before lunch. Then it started off slowly. Then we saw another wicket or 2 going. We saw Khan bowling fantastically well with that absolute jaffer that he got Rickleton with. And Bayers also surviving a chance in the first slip. So it's been, and then all of a sudden, Kashile playing a lovely sweep, driving 1 or 2, clipping it off the leg. So it was a very eventful session that.
Yeah, a session of many ups and downs. It's all about riding the wave, especially in this format of the game, because you will get periods where you are on top and then just finding your little shell brackets where you can knuckle down when the wave is being ridden by the other team.
Yes, and that's exactly what you want to do, and that's exactly what Kashile has done. He's knuckled down for 66 balls. He's normally a very free-scoring sort of batter. And also Bayer Swanepoel, who has the record for the fastest 4-day 50, that came off 23 balls, his 50, ended up on 61 of 26. And that previous record was held by Andre Nel, believe it or not, back in 2002, which was a bit of a shock for all of us. But remember the series where he just went ballistic and he just thought those levers are going to go through the line, and that is it. And as we see Avesh Khan coming into attack, I've been impressed with him.
Yeah, impressed with Avesh Khan, not just from the one-day internationals he played just a week ago, but how he has bowled in this match as well. 8 overs, couple of maidens, 2 for 14, and more than that, he has probably gotten the most bounce out of all the seamers here today.
And also showed the most patience of all the seamers as well. Is the one bowler, that's why I say he bowled well in the one day. Bowling in a one day where guys are looking to play at you is one thing, and in here bowling where it's all about the lines and lengths is a total different ball game.
Here he runs in, first ball of the third session. Line and length is where he's been, maybe just a tad too wide there, but good start from Avesh Khan.
Put it down as a loose nut. And yeah, like I said, it's a total different ball game when you come from a one-day setup into a test setup, not just with the bat, with the ball as well, because everything changes. You'll see the vast amount of gaps that is open to the batters. Not every day that a bowler will bowl at 2 slips and a gully in a one-day game, 40 overs in.
Yeah, it's just from a mindset standpoint, everything does shift as well. In limited overs cricket, you don't want to bowl the same ball 6 times, because after ball number 2, better knows what's coming. He's probably going to go with freedom, whereas bowling 6 balls out of 6 in the same spot in this format is exactly what you're trying to do.
Exactly what your captain is asking you to do. And that's what we've seen over the last year or two, that the influence of T20 and one-day internationals when it comes to the longer format has been there, especially with the bowlers. The patience has not always been there.
Oh, a bit straight on that occasion. It's turn around the corner to Akash Deep at mid-on. Yes, sir, you are right indeed. It is bowlers tend to search just a little bit more these days. In this longer format of the game, they don't want to do that old game plan of I want to bowl 30 balls here, then 20 here. It just seems like way too much time. Let me bowl 5 and try and get the magic ball with the last ball of the over.
Now we want to get 10 wickets in those 30 balls, not dots.
That's precisely the case. I mean, obviously, cricket is one of those sports where we are traditional, and if people do talk about we hide behind tradition. Maybe that's where the game is meant to go now.
Oh, lovely short one. The second one is well directed. Yeah, I hear you, and me being a bit more of a senior statesman in this conversation is we tend to go back, but there are certain fundamentals that will always work. There are certain fundamentals that will just always have results. If you look at the Sean Pollock, Glenn McGrath eras, they bowled in the area, they made the batter play their shots. They made them play the ball that's coming at them. They didn't try and create too many things, and that was why they were so successful. Now with the batters moving around a bit, I think it puts the bowlers off. It just makes them try different things as well. The batters have gotten a bit cleverer as well, and I think the bowlers have adjusted more to what the batter is doing than the batters adjust to what the bowler is doing. So I think, yes, it is. It's that conversation where it's 6 of the one and half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
I think some of the traditional things should stay. The old saying, catches win matches. Again, doesn't matter when you play. You miss, I hit. Little things that's always going to be there.
The same no matter what happens.
So the fundamentals is always going to be the same. Yeah, the game has evolved a lot, and thanks to T20 cricket, because that's created a lot more results in the longer formats of the game, because everyone's a bit more aggressive.
Precisely the case here. This one is just a tad too straight. Klashile hits that square on the wickets to the man fielding down there at deep square leg. Just a single concludes the over. They get a couple from it. It's 128 for 5 after the first over of the power play. Of the third session, beg your pardon.
You see, here we go. Power plays, it's my fault.
Yes, it is that short format. It's influencing everything, including commentary.
Yes. And what's nice about the influence from the one to the other, if you look at the top 10 players across the board, it's mostly those players who play all formats of the game, not just T20s or not just ODIs, and also exciting competitions that we've seen across the world, Big Bash, IPL, SA20 coming up as well. It is fantastic initiatives, and it gives you that platform to launch off for the excitement part of it. But the purist at heart, we enjoy the longer formats of the game.
Yeah, I'm a purist. I want to see bats versus ball, the old adage of what wins in a race between bat and ball. Let's see if Washington Sundar can spin his web on the ball, see if he can beat a bit of the bat.
He can do his magic.
Ooh, bit of turn there from Washington Sundar. He is one of those guys who turns to dart it in a little bit more, and probably gets you with that one that turns because he doesn't turn it as much. But a bit of turn and offer for him there.
Yeah, and I think they've just been bowling too quick at the SAA batters. They could go a little bit slower through there. As you see, that one is just tucked down the leg side, square leg, just for the one. I think it's just not necessarily maybe going slower, but just giving it a little bit more air, and just getting the refs through the ball and giving it a chance to turn instead of darting it in at the batters the whole time. It does make it a little bit easier on a big field like this. If you pick the gap, it's going to be a 1, it's going to be a 2. You can't protect everywhere.
So they persist with 2 slips for the lefty Ben Swanepoel. Oh, and not turning as much as is going around the wicket, but then again, that was a bit quicker.
That is a bit quicker, and I think they can just slow it down. And I'm not talking about tossing it up hand grenade style, but it's just maybe going 5k slower, just a little bit slower through the air.
This one's a bit short. It's played to a catch deep at cover point for a dot ball.
And also we've seen with the one that Akshay Patel bowled a little bit, gave a little bit of flight. It actually popped up, but it hit the splice of the bat.
Ooh, again it's a bit on the short side, a bit quick, but that's how Washington Sundar just generally goes about his action. He is a tall man, so he does look to hit the deck a little bit harder than general spinners would, and just to get a little bit of that extra bounce.
Gives a bit of a feel of a Suleiman Ben to him, doesn't it?
Yes.
As a coach, you see this guy walking, you're thinking, 140. No, sorry, I'm a spinner.
Well, close enough to 140 for a spinner. Is Washington
Oh!
edge just wide of Sai Siddharthan.
Oh, that answers your question. Why is persisting with those 2 slips?
Yeah, probably get a third one in there. That's the end of a beautiful over. And still on his head there, Washington Sundar. It's still 5 down. It's 129 on the board.
What must I do to get a wicket? Going at only 2 runs to the over is him, and going at less than 2 runs to the over is Khan. His 9 overs is only going for 15 runs, and he's picked up 2 wickets as well. So he's been the pick of the bowlers thus far.
Oh yeah, by a mile. He's been the pick of the bowlers. He's bowled the ball in the right areas more often than any other bowler. And obviously the 2 wickets do speak for themselves as well.
He's into the attack once again. Kushile to face. He's on 32 of 74.
Short cut away. Feel that tip point is going to have some work to do. Washington Sundar. And he gets one hand, beg your pardon, down. And good work from Washington. There will only be a couple for Sine Kushile.
We saw a lot of those being fielded by the foot in the African Cup T20s that was played here.
Right here.
A couple of PSL performances we saw there. Great footwork. But this was fantastic work done. He is a tall man, like you mentioned, and for the tall guys getting down like that is not always easy.
Yeah, 6'1". It's no small feat, especially in cricket. Cricket is not usually for the taller blokes. That's why I'm on the side of the field watching the game.
Yeah.
But here's Avesh as another 6-footer. All right, on the money. Good solid defense there from Marcy and Kushile.
Yeah, Kushile has looked fantastically well. But he's coming off a fantastic season. We saw a couple of kids and dads running around, just enjoying the grass embankments.
Yeah, that happens to be the CEO of the Eastern Storm, Mr. Wesley Colentianos. Good to see you having some fun with the kids here at the ground. There's Khan.
No,
Continues.
it's found.
Gone. Sai Sudarshan. Safe hands, and you knew it was happening. You just had to keep it on that length, and he kisses the outside edge, and that one is another wicket for Avesh Khan.
Fantastic ball. It's just that one. You can just see Kusile pointing with his hand there. That one just nipped away from him. And I don't think that was swing. I think that kind of went off the seam, because his seam position has been brilliant throughout his bowling spell. And it's another wicket for Khan. And it's Kusile gone for 34.
Yeah. SAA not doing as well as the Proteas proper doing in Pretoria right now. Yeah, length ball. Angled in and off just outside the off stump, and Kushile just couldn't get his bat out of the way. Did nip off the surface and caught pretty high off the bat. Kushile has to walk. He makes 34 of 77. Was in there for 100 minutes. It's 131 for 6.
Now, fantastic bowling. Khan is just, he's just putting up his hand and saying, why am I not in Centurion? What's going on? Let me show you why. And he is one of the best bowlers we have seen in a long time. Consistent bowlers. He gives you the feel that you almost want to, if you see him and maybe Shami working together, what a combination that would be. And you've got Bumrah in the wings as well. Fantastic future for Indian seamers.
Yeah, we obviously spoke earlier about bowling conditions for seamers not being very helpful in India. So for him to come through on conditions like these, conditions that I'll say foreign, but for him to come through here and bowl the way he's bowled, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, as we see Fortuin coming into the crease, 62 matches, an average of 30, but he's a pretty decent batter. He's 750s and 500s to his name. His 88 innings is scoring over 2,200 runs. He is someone that can hold the bat, and even for the Proteas, he has scored a couple of runs as well.
Oh my God. Oh, beautiful from Avesh Khan, inviting the drive, lots of swing there, and that beats the outside edge. I was going to point out before the ball was bowled that it is pretty risky for him to be taking his guard on leg stump, if you saw that.
Yes, and booming drive first up. We know he's got a, and you can just see that back foot also just moving away instead of maybe back and across that he's trying to get. It might be the movement that's just unsettled him in the cloaks, and he's seeing it up front with a ramp at Khan at Fortuin.
Oh, this time left on length. He was looking to leave that well before he had seen way it was going. Just off a length and goes through to the keeper. Well, Bion is in because Kashile couldn't get this bat out of the way. Just a little bit of an away nip off the surface. And Avesh Khan just continuing to show why he is Avesh Khan.
Yeah, he's a fantastic bowler, and still feel it. And even the Indian side has got Kavarappa that's also not playing in this game. He played in the first game at SAA, and he bowled brilliantly there as well.
Ooh, effort ball, bit of a grunt letting that one through, but it's a full face of the bat in defense for Beyond 14. It's the end of a successful over. It's 6 for 131, 43 overs gone. Washington Sundar is rushing to his bowling mark.
Yeah, he wants to get the ball in hand. And those last two deliveries looked a lot better for Fortuin. That looked much more like the batter we know. The first one was very, very unlike him. Booming drive first up. Game condition as it is, 131 for 6. You don't want your first ball up to just go for the big drive, especially with 2 slips of gully. And the guy's on 3 wickets already, swinging it all over the place.
Yeah, forgot to pick this up. His first wicket of the day, Avesh Khan, was his 150th.
Oh.
In first class cricket, he's up to 152 now. He's Avesh Khan at an average of 22. So he's a very, very good first class bowler, is Avesh Khan. Here's Washington though, he continues. Still a bit short, still a bit pacey.
That one just kicked a little bit as well. You saw Bayers just holding the bat there a little bit. Just, it's almost like he's hitting the seam like a cross seam bowler would. And it's
Risky from Bear Swanepoel. But he waited until the very last minute. And when I call it a back foot drive?
It was a bit of a slash. Nothing wrong with it. I know that's when we discussed the modern to old traditional cricket. The wrist has come through a lot more in the last 10 years or so. It's become more wristy. A guy like Hashim Amla had the most amazing wrists driving a ball. Speaking to the New Zealander fielders when he played, he said even when you're fielding at sweeper on the boundary, if it hits your hands from a Amla drive, you feel it because of those wrists coming through.
Back of the length, it's again Beyond 14 with the dot ball. Yeah, Bear Swanepoel is a very wristy player. It's especially squarish behind square on the offside. He's one of those guys who will flick it just to get it wider of the man at point.
There we go. That was a little bit slower.
Yeah, I was just about to point out that they just put a man in there. As your cameraman just puts him in the shot, there's now a man catching at leg slip as well. So that ball built for that slip fielder as well.
Getting everything in the way there, making sure that it hits the bat, because I think Washington might just ask the umpire there if it misses the bat. How does that look, Mr. Umpy?
Yeah, he's definitely in business. He is a guy who tends to get quite a few LBWs, especially in T20 cricket. But that's yet again playing well around that front pad is Beyond 14. So far, nothing wrong with it, but it's not giving Gert too many happy days here in the comms box.
Yeah, it's making it difficult because we can see exactly what's happening, and because he's not turning it that much, it's going to go down to hitting the bat. But another end of the over, and Sundar, 4 overs, 7 runs conceded, less than 2 now.
Yeah, and not just that, but I think he's taken something like 7 minutes to bowl those 4 overs as well. So he is applying a sort of a different type of pressure to the batters, where they have to be ready to face the next ball a lot sooner than they would.
Bit of a rush tactic.
Yes. It seemed to be what they were going with, just the last 2 overs before tea with him and Aksha. I think they bowled those 4 overs in 6 minutes.
Yes, but we also saw with the Indian A side, they love rushing, especially when the 2 spinners are operating. Look, when a spinner's got a ball in his hand in conditions like this, they know they're not going to bowl a lot. So let's go as quickly as we possibly can.
10 overs, 3 for 17. By far the best bowling figures of the day. He continues, Avesh Khan. Ooh, well played.
Great fielding there as well, just getting the left hand in the way. And we saw Avesh Khan against Ryan Rickleton. He loves bowling against the left-handers, and even if he comes around the wicket and then back over to the wicket with the right-handers, his control is immaculate. He knows his game, he knows exactly how to tweak his action to go around the wicket. So he has been phenomenal, and you can see why. He just looks like that bowler that's got that one level up. That's got that little bit of extra in him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. As we see a nice 4-1 there, driven to extra cover. It'll be interesting to see how he goes with his game plan to this batter. And Swanepoel isn't the same caliber batsman as Ryan Rickleton, but the control that he had with the Ryan Rickleton, especially those last 4 deliveries that he bowled to him, the 2 coming back into him hard, then the 1 just dragging away, hitting the seam, moving away, and then replicating that exact same ball to get him out. It is those little things like that that just show you Test match cricket are written all over them.
And lovely shot there past Gully. They might look to double up. And as you mentioned, not the same caliber as Ryan Rickleton, but a completely different batter because he's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
He would go for a shot or 2. If it's in his area, he would definitely go for it. I just think that today he's been trying to hit the ball a little bit too hard. Maybe not timing it as well as he would like to. Those 1 or 2 that he hit to the covers that he tried to cut, rushing a bit, trying to force it instead of just timing it. So once I think the nerves settle a little bit, I think Bayers will find his feet. And look, he can clear a boundary as well. He's a very strong young man.
Strong indeed. Gets another short one. He gets it to that deep point. It's stock standard this in this over. Getting a short one, him hitting it to the deep point. Yeah, he has been going at it hard. Just remember that he went hard at 1, caught the outside edge, and probably that saved him. As Safraz can't put it down. Seemed to rush him a little bit, Safraz. But yeah, he is on a second life now, is Bayes. But just going back to Avesh Khan, I'm getting glimpses of Ryan Harris. Do not go at me in the comments, but I do get glimpses of Ryan Harris from him.
Yeah, I think it's more not the action, it's more the control of a Ryan Harris. Oh, this one nearly played on to the wicket, and bit of fortune there for Fortuin. That one just held its line. It didn't move anywhere. It just held his line, and just playing away from his body at the moment. Is Benoni just almost prodding at it instead of playing it.
Yeah, he tends to be a guy. His scored 2,000 first class runs. I would rate about 1,400 of those coming off the drive. He's a guy who does like to drive the ball on the up where it's full. So that is a shot. That's why he gives himself space. As you see, he's taking his guard there on leg stump. This one is turned around the corner, just a bit too straight. And Avesh Khan doesn't end the over the way he would have liked to.
Yes, that was the most runs of any over that he's bowled thus far. It's gone for 4, believe it or not, and he's disappointed. It's 137 for loss of 6, 45 overs gone. As we saw, as you mentioned earlier, Washington Sundar, he's ready to go. The keeper's not even in his place. No one is ready to go. He's ready. He's got his cap off. He's asking guys, what's going on?
Yeah, building a different type of pressure for all the youngsters who are watching this from home. If things are not going your way with the ball, this is how you can put pressure on the batters. You can just make sure that they are ready to face the ball 1 second earlier than they should be. It's trust me, changes from a mental perspective. It changes something for the batters.
Oh, coming down the track, outside edge. Oh no. Bayers giving it away there. Bayers Swanepoel giving that one away, dancing down the track, and outside part of the bat found caught at point.
Yeah, sorry, might sound harsh, but that's brainless cricket from Bayers Swanepoel there. Use of the feet, and then he looks to overhit it over the infield, top half of the bat, straight up in the air. Sai Surasan will not have an easier catch today.
Yeah, that's after the second life, we thought that this is going to be it, and giving that one away, and the Indians have struck again, and it's just that one a little bit slower, better line, better length, and just popped up a bit, and yeah, the fielder made that it look a lot harder than it was.
Yeah, but he does complete the catch this side of us, and Swanepoel, he has to go. He made 10 of 39 deliveries. India are into SA's tail here. 7 for 137.
Now we're getting down to the business end, as we said in the beginning of the broadcast. 150, 180 would be the target for India that they want to chase. They'll be happy with that. And now we're in that ballpark, as is 137 for 7. 3 wickets to go, and Khan might be eyeing up that fiver.
Yeah, Khan might be eyeing up that 5-foot, but he's got to get a move on. Washington Sundar is a man in business. Man batting right now, not known too much for his batting, 1,400 runs. He has played 138 first-class matches. He's going to need to make it 450s by the end of today.
Yes, he did. His best is 72. That was almost a bit of a hitting 72 as well. It wasn't a grafting 72, but he's got to change that around. The average of 12, I think, doesn't always do him justice. And as you can see now, with that being said, the field is spread out all of a sudden for Dwayne Willowmoore.
Yeah, 3 fielders hugging the fence. Man at long on. Deep mid-wicket, car cornerish, and backward of square. This one's in the air there. Transfer catch is taken, but it came off the pad. Sorry, very accessible here in the comms box.
You should actually see Sundar. He turned around, said, yeah, and umpire said no. He said, okay. How many spinners have you seen agreeing with the umpire that quickly?
Well, I think that was more about putting Dwayne Willowmoore under pressure. And, yeah, good first ball for Washington. Ooh, that one is quicker.
A little bit quicker, and I think he might be playing around with his speeds now. He's seeing that, especially because the extra bounce, that the slog sweep might be coming out very quickly.
Let's see how quickly it does come out, yeah. Oh, that's gone. Thought I heard something, but the umpire says not out. Good hands by Dhruv Jurel behind the stumps.
That was fantastic. That was definitely a deflection there. And the only thing I could have saved him, the umpire might have thought it was a pad instead of glove, but there was definitely a deflection.
Have a look at the replay, see how much that will show us. Oh yeah, bit of deviation there. I thought I heard a sound, but most probably just coming off the thigh pad. Back foot defense. Washington Sundar is going to continue running in and darting it into that same spot. It's the man at short leg and the man at leg slip. It's not even leg slip, that's like a leg gully.
Leg gully. And also a short mid-wicket.
And a short mid-wicket, beg your pardon. So those 3 fielders are in business here.
Oh, this won't bother the Indian players too much. Him getting off the mark with the last ball of the over. Now he's got to face Khan if they don't have a change in bowling.
And we'll see if that is. But Washington concludes a very, very successful over. They finally got the breakthrough. They finally opened up at end. They've got one of the tail enders in the middle. It's 7 for 138. But both teams have to bat on this wicket.
Yes, both teams still have to bat in the conditions as well, because this is the forecast for the next couple of days, even going forward. But you will see as well, there is 1 or 2 things that I don't think the Indian players would mind. One, they're happy to take the singles. So it's not like either of the batters will harbour the strike. And then the second thing is they don't mind Dwayne Willowmoore being a very large gentleman and going very tall, playing backwards to the spinner, because that's what he's been doing, even with the one that was a little bit fuller, playing backwards. So I don't think that they would mind that too much, even if he gets away with 1 or 2. They'll be picking up wickets at regular intervals, and it's still Khan now to Willowmoore.
Yeah, definitely on 5 for watch here.
Yes, he'll say 3 wickets, I need 2 more. I don't think the captain will take the ball out of his hand very quickly. He won't let him.
I wouldn't take the ball away from him if I was the skipper, unless of course I was the right arm offie. I was the right arm seamer as well. Then yeah, give me use of those conditions as well.
But also, that being said, maybe 2-3 more overs of Khan if he doesn't wrap it up. Akshar Patel against the tail enders is brilliant.
Yeah, it's I think his way he's made his trade, especially in T20 cricket. This one is up in the air. There's nobody in that region, so it's gonna fall safe, and they should come back for a couple. Well, clearly Dwana Lefevre didn't know that they were supposed to come back for a couple, but they do make it back safely though.
Fortuin nearly lapping him on that occasion. And I thought that short one might be coming. Now we see a deep square coming out as well for Willowmoore, as we see the clouds getting very dark here in Willowmoore Park in Benoni.
I mean, it's been like this though. I don't think it's been much better except for that 7-minute period when there was some sunshine.
Yes. Oh, that one, let's call it guided expertly through the gap between gully and backward point. And he's batting at rates of knots, says Willowmoore.
Yeah, thought about playing it and then thought about leaving it, and it helped that he thought about leaving it at the very last second because he ran that down and found the gap between gully and point. That's his first boundary. It's 4 runs.
He must be thinking, why did the top order struggle? Such an easy game.
Aveshkar is thinking, ooh, okay, this might be the toughest one. I bowled to as well.
Oh, what a comeback that is. What a comeback that is. Pitching middle, leaving the right-hander, and over off stump. Fantastic delivery.
Yeah, with all due respect to Dwana Lefevre, all the batters that are good enough to have edged out are already back in the pavilion.
And some of them wouldn't gotten close. It is a fantastic delivery. Just look at this replay.
Oh, that's amazing. Just amazing. It just seemed to I don't know, just a little bit of extra bounce as well than that. And Duan just not getting in line with that. Goes for the pull shot again. This time he rolls his wrist. This time, just a single to the man at short. Beg your pardon, at square leg for a single.
He looked a lot more comfortable with that one. The previous one not in control, just rushed him. This one actually rolled the wrist over the ball nicely, playing it down. So that looked a lot better from Willowmoore. The big guys normally tend to be not the best pullers of a cricket ball.
Tell me about it. I've got battle scars from the times I tried to pull a cricket ball. Yeah, my left eyebrow does not like me. Still hasn't liked me.
Oh, lovely shot through point. A fantastically timed shot by Fortuin.
Yeah, that's 4 runs, back foot punch. Just enough width for him to push his hands at it. He is giving himself room from his stance, so that was just a very good chance for him to punch that through the point region for 4 o'clock. As umpire Yanni Erasmus runs in with the light meter, we'll take a change here in the commentary box as Mpo will join Kurt.
149 for a loss of 7 wickets. And the last man to be dismissed was Swanepoel. Bayer Swanepoel, 10 of 40 deliveries. This partnership has gone up to 12 of better than a run of ball. They've been getting a move on.
Just a couple of lions who don't like batting very slowly. They have a defense, they just don't like to use it.
That's it. Well, their argument normally as a fast bowler, the best defense, the great offense.
That 249 for 7. They're trying to get as many runs as they can for these last 3 wickets of South Africa A. Washington Sundar not giving the ball a little bit more flight. Last over he did, but going to his conventional ball, his arm ball, where he just gets his hip through and gets it down there quicker.
There's a one just a little bit slower, and it just makes it that harder to play. And I feel with that deep square out, that the slog sweep will come out eventually from Willowmoore.
Yeah, it's enticing, but obviously there's that vast expanse. If you could control your sweep and just try to get it in between those two, you can get a lot of runs rather than going for the risky shot.
And with that last single, the 150 up for SAA, and I wonder who would be the happy of the 2 camps. If you would said this morning, listen, 150 an hour after tea, would SAA have taken it with the conditions overhead?
No, they wouldn't have. They'd have wanted a lot more. It is tough to bat here, and obviously we'll only see how the Indians fare against the South African bowling attack. However, 150 for 7 on any pitch is not a good start to a 4-day game.
Oh, that's why that man is placed there, perfectly placed between the leg gully and the silly square.
Late hands. Late hands from Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, after that first shot, we went for the big booming drive first ball up. We thought, oh my greatness. And then all of a sudden, he just composed himself after that. Looked a lot better.
You know, he recently has scored 100 in the 4-day series, and so he'll be hoping to get a lot more runs out of here. And Duan is no mug with the bat. He's got a first-class 72, and you know, Paul Adams and the team will be hoping to get as many runs as possible. Try to get this to 200. I think that's the target. Try see if they can't get it as close to 200 as much. Give themselves something to bowl at in the first innings, because if India bat for the full day tomorrow at a higher strike rate, you could find yourself staring down the day 4 chasing 200, trying to bat out the day. And so and with this Indian bowling attack right now, who don't give you much, could be quite an intriguing prospect for what is it? It would be Friday, because somehow in December we lose track of the days, as we call it in South Africa, 31 Saturdays.
Now that is true. The calendar normally goes up to November, and then you get scrambled from there.
Well, what day of the week are we on? But we're still in December. That's a good thing. And when we go to January, we've got the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup in South Africa. It's supposed to be hosted in Sri Lanka, but we have stepped up, and the final will be here, probably on this pitch that they're playing on. So, yeah, if you're a scout of one of the nations coming down, we're able to see what this pitch is actually giving these two teams.
Oh, what
That's
a
really
delivery.
good ball. Really good ball. And yeah,
that moved around the corner.
it did, and it's that hero ball you're looking for, but it does too much.
Sure.
You just don't want it to do too much. It's a little bit, not a lot. That one had everything in it, you know.
Fantastic. And the control has been phenomenal. And we mentioned it, if Khan doesn't pick up a wicket in this over, maybe he's next, that Akshar Patel is made his name in
Cleaning
wrapping
up
up
the
a
tail.
tail.
Yeah, look, Avish Khan's looking for his fifer here. And this is the best chance for you to get a fifer. Is I won't, like, to a certain extent with Duan, is just to dare him to get it over that leg side fielder there at square leg, you know, and I try and live with that, you know, a couple of boundaries, but you're gonna most likely get a wicket here. You're not trying to save runs here, you're trying to take wickets, and I think India could be a little bit more aggressive with their bowling and fielding.
It sounds weird, but they almost got 50 or 60 runs to play with here.
They do.
Oh, you
There.
called it. You
Short
called
ball,
it.
and he missed it. Short ball, and he missed it. And now he's looks like he got hit on the shoulder.
Are they calling for the fissure?
Looking at that replay, yeah,
Oh.
hit him on the shoulder.
From the shoulder to the helmet. And as we know, ICC regulations have changed
Yes.
completely. As soon as the ball makes contact with the helmet, the concussion test, the good old trusted and very vastly scientific finger comes out.
And then the question: do you know where you are? Do you know who your name is? Yeah, but Duan Olafir, if you want to play with the big boys, you gotta take the beatings of the big boys.
But he'll be smiling because he knows that he'll have ball in hand a bit later on as well.
I think he'd want to have ball in hand with about an hour to go. So from around about 4:30, he wouldn't mind keeping these conditions. You don't know what tomorrow will bring, because tomorrow he might arrive and it's just full sunshine.
Yes. And then an hour later, like this again. So it is December, as you mentioned it earlier in your
Yeah.
in your commentary stint. It does change quite a bit, but also he looks alright. There's no real damage there, but also he is someone that's not going to duck under the ball. He is going to play a shot. So that man there will come into play the whole
Look,
time.
it's a long way down for Duan to duck under a ball, so rather try and pick out that fielder there at square leg or just go over it. Avesh with a steam.
And very important for Avesh not to get carried away with the short ball, not to go too short. The previous one was brilliant. It was around about shoulder height. If he's going to pull it, they do have the fine leg or the long leg out and the square leg, so that top edge will just hang in the air.
And the thing is with especially tail enders, right? They are taught not to chase the wide one. It's that one that's on the top of off that you need to find, and I think that's the one thing that Avesh has done well so far in the spell post tee. There's been a couple of really good balls, and he needs to find that one that's on the top of off. It's not a fancy ball; it's just just honing in on that off stump.
That one clipped through mid wicket. How's the timing looking on this one? You got a deep square coming around, and Willowmoore picking up another deuce there.
Yeah, missing his mark there. Did Avesh Khan looking for a superstar ball, and Duan Olafir obliging with the fact that it was going down a little, down leg a tad, and easy 2 runs. The end of that over, 154 for 7. South Africa A trying to rebuild as best as they can, give themselves something to bowl at in this first innings, and Washington Sundar is going to continue. It's caused a lot of problems from this pavilion end.
And we mentioned the game plan for Willowmoore when it comes to Khan or the quicker bowlers. The game plan here, as we see everyone on the boundary, even for Fortuin, they've gone, except for the catching around the batter, very defensive, as there's only the 3 guys in the ring, 3 fielders, but the boundary riders is all on the boundary, and this is a mammoth field.
Yes, you've got the 3 catches around the bat, as well as 45 on the offside, wideish mid-off, and mid-wicket catching. And then everyone else is on the leg side on the boundary.
And yet we've not seen any intent to go big on the boundary. We know that they're enticing them to. And also there is open space and land for sale in the covers.
Good use of the feet by Bjorn, but he can't get past that fielder at mid-wicket. But the other thing is, you got to throw it up, Gert. You've got to give them, you got to bring those 3 in play. If you're going to have them there, bring them in play.
Again, quicker.
Yeah, just it's an interesting thing. But look, there is a plan. You just need one ball that is above the eye line and can entice that sweep shot. A lot slower, a lot flatter flight, and easy for Bjorn to come forward and defend.
Do you think that at one stage he might change his line to around the wicket? Attack that leg stump a bit more?
It would work for his field. But he's getting the turn in, and that's the ball that we were hoping for. It's just that Bjorn Fortuin recognizing that he can let that go through. It's turned too much. And that's the end of that over. It's a maiden, 154 for 7.
I think that's why they might look at going around the wicket to these 2 batters, targeting and angling it into that middle, and then just straightening it up from there. Brings the LBW into play, and it will force them to play every single ball.
Yes, and it brings those 2 catches on the leg side into play, right? Well, now here we go. We've got spin twins happening. Akshar Patel just walking out his roundup. And to a certain extent, that's been the thing for me today with India, is that they haven't necessarily bowled to their field. They've bowled relatively well for the conditions of the day, but they actually haven't necessarily bowled to their field. Their plans have been inconsistent, You haven't been able to understand what they're trying to do. They put men out in the deep, but they don't bowl the short ball. They just keep on bowling the stock standard ball. They've got 3 slips, but they'll try hone in on the stumps instead of putting it just outside the off stump and hoping for a drive. It's that type of questioning around, whether we've had bowling plans and just sticking to them and bowling to the field.
Yes, and Akshar Patel bowling 7 overs hasn't bowled a lot, but I agree with you. I think the plan set out and then the deliveries that follow wasn't quite there.
And here you've got a 6-3 offside, 5-4 offside field here with a short leg and a conventional slip and catches on the offside.
There we see that one just a little bit slower through the air and immediately enticing the drive from Olivier. It might not be as patient as the top order batters.
Oh, that one held its line and went through to Durrell.
What a ball.
Little bit of spin there and turn. And back again to the normal stock standard bowling. Low flight, very quick darting it in. Again, a little too full.
Just that round arm coming through there a bit more.
And the question for me is, are you expecting Duan to try and play an affirmative shot, a positive shot from that position? I don't think so. I don't even think he's got the skills to even play down the line of the ball, right? So I'd rather you bowl it outside the off stump, a little shorter, let it turn either into him, so he can feel as though he can play the ball with the angle to cover, rather than being very straight and full, because all you're asking him to do is just defend. He's not going to try go straight through like the other top order batters. That's a ball for a top order batter who's under pressure.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to work it around, and he's not going to go for the big booming shot over your head.
That's an interesting one from Sundar. He's getting a lot more joy with 410. That one just dropping at from a very big height.
Lovely feet.
Nice.
Lovely feet. Finally finding a run in the covers. And as I said, there's land for sale in the covers. On the offside, apart from the slip, 2 fields.
Yes.
Point and a cover in between cover and extra cover. That's it.
This tells you what Sundar is trying to do. Turn the ball in. Now he's got 3 balls to Duan Olivier, who I think you would be very happy to bowl at.
And there's the line change that I mentioned earlier, coming around the wicket.
Yes, that's much better. You got to get him to play as much as possible.
And that is the key when it comes to the lower order batters, is as the more shots they play, the more opportunity you have.
Just loop it above that eye line. Okay. Setting him up really nicely.
And he's changing the line back. Just trying to unsettle Olivier here. There's the one that is tossed up a little bit more, but just too full and onto the legs. Feel he's going to try that one around the wicket. That would be the one that he would actually maybe go for and sneak in between bat and pad as we come to another end of the over.
Yes, end of the over, 156 for 7. The good thing for Duan is that his hands are low. He's trying to smother the bounce in and around the bat, which is why, as we look at umpire Mokorosi checking the light meter again. But to a certain extent, my point, Gert, is ball it outside of stump. Duan and Bjorn are going to think, oh no, it's not going to come back. It has no chance of actually affecting the stumps, because the number one idea here for these 2 batters is I need to protect those 3 lumps of wood behind me and my front pad. There we go. That's the first sign of a ball outside of your stump, and he's driven it to cover for a single.
Yeah, I also think that they're waiting for something to free their hands at. So I understand why they might not go too wide, but with Aksha turning the ball away, he can actually go a bit wider because it's going to be a different prospect for them to drive. Oh! Big appeal!
And not out. A little too high with Bjorn Fortuin rubbing his inner thigh.
With the reaction that he had after the ball hit him, one wouldn't have said that it hit his inner thigh. Oh, fantastic fielding there in that short cover region.
Nice little cover drive. Good shot, actually, inside out cover drive, but great fielding as well.
Oh! Was there
Jarrell.
a feather on that?
Could have. We'd love to see the replay on that one, but that's an opportunity for India.
We've been complimenting how solid he's been behind the stumps, and then that one, you can just feel the tension.
As you can see, he's showing that it came up to his shoulder. That's how much extra bounce that ball had. I'd rather you have Duan Olivier play that ball to that fielder at extra cover 6 times in a row. Just bowl it outside, keep getting him there, then drag one back, you get the extra surprise and you go home. That's essentially the plan that I'd be hoping for. He's been a little bit too straight for my liking, and if it's too straight, he's going to block it because he doesn't want to go for, because he knows if he misses it, he's in trouble. If he misses that one, it's a little bit easier because it might just miss the stumps or go over or even go straight to the wicketkeeper. But yeah, it's going to be quite interesting.
And also with the round the wicket attack, it gives you an opportunity to get back into the right-hander. Another single worked on the leg side. It gives you the opportunity for Akshar Patel just to bowl the straighter one that doesn't turn. Just try and get, while they're driving, playing maybe for
that
a little
goes
bit
on
of
with the
turn.
arm and goes inside
Yes.
inside the edge of the bat. Yes,
That's it. And
similar to what Sundar's trying to do. His goal is to pitch it outside the off stump and let it come back in, and it'll bring those two fielders behind the bat.
lovely shot, Willowmoore through the covers, 4 runs to the big fast bowler.
Recognizes bad balls. That's a good trait of a lower order batter. That one was just too full. All you need to do is get to the pitch of the ball. As you can see, they got to the pitch of the ball. He's not going to be beaten by spin there. And it's square and it's going to go to the boundary. Really good batting from Duan Olivier. Very smart batting as well.
And it wasn't the line, it was the length more than anything else.
So we're going to the line that Gert wants, around the wicket. Bringing in those two behind the bat.
Again, the length is just a bit too full. It must be a half a meter shorter. Just let the ball rise up and then let him smother it instead of just getting to the bounce.
Because you've got two options, right? You'll get the sweep, or if you want to play it off the back foot, those two will come in if it's shorter. Too full. Really too full.
Yeah, I didn't see Willowmoore going for the big drive over his head.
Unless if you give him a juicy one. Again, that's just too quick. That's more reflex than anything else, and because it's also full, it's easy for him to smother it underneath the line of that knee line of his pad. So again, another over. End of that over. It's 163 for 7.
Yeah, it's just going too full. I would also not mind seeing them dragging one short to one of these batters. They got the protection out there. Drag one short and see if they want to go for the pull and work it around to that leg side. Bring those fielders in play, because at the moment they're almost doing nothing there. Hopefully their batters, they can rest a
It's
bit.
been quite a conservative day for India in terms of their tactics and plans. They've gotten wickets with some really good bowling, but they haven't actually asked the batters to take them on. I know that Bretska got out getting caught a point, but that was Bretska trying to dominate the batting. It wasn't an invitation from the Indian bowlers. And you can look here, no one's on the boundary. It's a good ball from Akshar. That man at cover is the man you're looking to have Bjorn Fortuin play that bat angle through. Oh, off the back foot.
Oh, I don't think that Patel would mind that too much. The batter going back at him.
Exposing all three stumps. That's encouraging.
Again, it's just the length. The slowness of the ball was perfect. The line wasn't too bad. Just the length. Get that a little bit shorter. Make him work the ball into the gap instead of just placing it into the gap. The quicker one coming through.
It's very interesting trying to be in the minds of Akshar Patel right now. How do you get a wicket?
And then with players like Patel, who's been around the international scene for as long as he has, played all the big T20s, all the big games, do you set the field or do you allow him to set the field?
You'd have to allow your bowler to set the field, yeah, and he knows what he wants to do. He's seen the scouting report on Duan Olivier and Bjorn Fortuin. And he's obviously had enough time and enough balls to bowl at them to kind of give them a sense of. Looks like we've got another light meter reading as the light has gone considerably darker.
And this is now the reason, because it's the first time the umpires have actually gotten together to do that light meter. They're doing it one-on-one.
Washington Sundar looking at it as well. He's learning something new every day.
Come on, umpy, it's not that dark.
Let's have some cricket, guys.
And as we know, if they come off for bad light, that would be the reading for the entire match.
Yes, and it's I think for me on the first day of a test or a 4-day game, that's also that light reading has to, like, the light. I would err on the side of it being quite dark, or maybe asking the opposition to just bowl their spinners, because you don't want to set it at a because right now you can it's still playable. But I do think in the next 30 minutes, it might just not be. Especially if these clouds don't move as well.
It could also be that they just asked the umpire to maybe have a look at the light meter because they're thinking of bringing their seamers back. So are we allowed to? Will the light allow us to bring the seamers back, or must we continue with the spin? For now, definitely spin would be on the cards.
It's a better ball from Sundar, forcing Bjorn to play off his back foot. Bit of a little bit of comedy there in the field. Your ball, my ball. Your ball, my ball. Luckily, no, they didn't. Luckily, the two Lions players there in the middle decided against the extra run. 164 for 7.
Like siblings fighting over the toys.
So feeling quite encouraged are the Indian team. Lots of talking around the bat. Trying to create that sense of urgency, that cauldron. It's a lot shorter. That's a good ball. That's a very good ball. Just turning into Bjorn and having him fend that away to that fielder at short leg.
That is the length. That is the length they should be bowling at. Now you can play a little bit with the line, a little bit wider, maybe a little bit more on the legs and work it around. That for me is too full. For me, it's 2 full. I know they got excited for that, but Fortuin has got a pretty decent defense. That came out of the middle of the bat. So,
And Fortin knows he's not going to play at that one with the ball turning into him. So, yeah, he's just going to try and just defend that one as best he can.
Yeah.
Trying to take time out the game as well. That's an important thing for this 4-day game. We have lost a day. That's clever. Good bowling. And one more ball left in this over.
So just looking at the weather, it's the temperature's gone down quite a bit as well. We're looking at about, feels like 17, and we did hear some rumblings as well. It might be that there's some thunder around, and the umpires look like they have decided it's too dangerous, it's too close, let's call it time.
They're just saying wait, but it looks like it's time. They're just taking a light meter reading. The Indian players want to be on the field, and the South African batters are wanting to resume this tomorrow. And so at this point in time, what we can say here is South Africa 164 for 7 with bad light stopping play. It started the day today here at Willowmoore Park with India winning the toss and choosing to bat first, putting South Africa into bat. The opening partnership of Joshua Richards and Matthew Bretzka only lasted 17 runs, with Richards going out for 13 off the bowling of Saini, caught behind by the wicketkeeper Jarrell. Zubair Hamza was the next man out on over before lunch. For 20, he ran himself out off the fielding of Captain Iswaran. Kazondo went 2 balls after, just before lunch, to bowled inside edge onto leg stump, bowled by Avesh Khan for no run. After lunch, Ryan Rickleton went for 6, caught Jarrell off the bowling of Avesh Khan, and then Matthew Bretzka with a brain fade, ball straight to Washington Sundar at point off the bowling of Akshar Patel for 36. Snetemba Tlashile and Bear Swanepoel tried to ride up the shit, but they couldn't, and Tlashile got out for 34 off 77. Avesh Khan, the bowler, straight to Tilak Varma and second slip. Bear Swanepoel was next to fall for 10. He was caught by Sai Sudarshan and bowled by Washington Sundar. Was a bit of a dolly there. He lost it for 40 balls for his 10. The Lions pair of Bjorn Fortuin and Duan Olivier are out there. Fortuin's on 12, Olivier's on 17. South Africa A, in what they didn't expect to be, with the scoreline they didn't expect, at 164 for 7, and lots of work to do tomorrow or later on should we come back. But from an India perspective, Avesh Khan, pick of the bowlers, 3 for 36. Akshar Patel, 1 for 13. Washington Sundar, 1 for 17. Navdeep Saini, 1 for 45. But the bowler actually bowled quite well today was Akashdeep. He did not get any wickets for his 39 runs. And that could be the story of the day, as you see the scoreboard being showed there. From myself and Khat, it is goodbye until later. I don't think we'll get a lot of cricket, and we'll see you probably tomorrow morning.